Hello. Sorry, technical issues. What's new? I'm sitting here trying to frantically do things. Hello. I'm hoping that you can all hear me okay. It is that season. It is the spooky season where I get to break out all of my orange and black everything. I got a pumpkin on the wall. Finally got around to doing it. Hello. I hope you're all okay. It is the shuffle forwards and gone a bit far away. It is the October live stream. It's officially Samhain season. I'm very excited about it. It is the best time of year. So I'm just really quickly trying to post that I'm live on Instagram because I may or may not have forgotten. I'm gonna have to do this real quick. So while I'm doing this, let's have a look, see where everyone is from, shall we? I absolutely love doing this. I'm not going to say it's one of my favourite bits of the stream because, like, the streams themselves I really enjoy, but getting to see where everyone is from is just so exciting. So what we've got South Africa, France, Transylvania, New York, Argentina, Germany, Wales, Pennsylvania, the Wirral, France, Scotland, Arkansas, Netherlands, Poland, India, Louisiana, Detroit. Oh my goodness, so many people from so many places. I always think it's just absolutely incredible where everyone is from. I am realizing I cannot talk and type at the same time. This is not going well. So many places. What else? We've got Detroit, Louisiana, Poland, South Yorkshire, Prince Edward Island, Canada, wow, Switzerland, so we've got California, Texas, Florida, oh, it jumped already, oh no, Utah, Canada, Sweden, Denmark, what else have we got, Cincinnati, Tennessee, Orkney, Tucson, Arizona, Spain, India, Utah, Czech Republic. I'm so curious, if we were to put everyone together and actually see if people who live in the same, especially like city, if they actually know each other. I think that would be really cool. Like, are we able to like match people together and have like witchy buddies? That would be really, really cool. So I'm realizing I'm just terrible at multitasking is what I am realizing. Multitasking is not my forte. So tonight we have the Samhain live stream. Now, technically this is going to be a stream like any of the other streams that I do, but I was curious as to whether or not we could kind of highlight certain topics that are maybe a little bit more spooky, a little bit less spoken about perhaps, and that's why I titled this video what I did, because I was really curious about talking about the things that go bump in the night, the spooky ooky, the spirits, and all of that kind of stuff. Like, that would be amazing. Oh yeah, sorry, I want to clarify. Please do be careful putting like specific locations in the chat. I merely meant like a vague, like, wouldn't it be cool? I don't want anyone to like accidentally dox themselves in the chat. That's not what we want, so try and keep it vague, but just a cool theory of like, maybe people know each other and they don't even realize it. But I don't think we talk enough about the unusual topics. And so I thought that maybe alongside the general questions that we're going to be answering tonight, let's talk about some like spooky ooky ones. I even have a couple of books laid out that I think are quite interesting that cover this kind of topic. So as always with the live stream, they are done typically chronologically, so I try to answer as many questions as I can, but please bear in mind that I am just one person, I am just me, and I do struggle sometimes and I can get lost, and sometimes I'm not going to be able to get around to all of the questions, but I will do my best to answer as many as I can. And if I've already done a video on the topic or I've already answered the question, I might either direct you towards the video or I'll say that I've already answered it and kind of skip over it because I don't want it to be overly repetitive for the people who've been here before, because this is the 68th live stream. That is actually bonkers. So yeah, I don't want anyone to get bored. So let's have a look at some of the questions. Now, any of the mods that do come on, any of the mods that are here are doing this of their own accord, so please always be kind and courteous. Try not to repeat where possible, and we do have the Q&A. We're meant to have the Q&A chat. Where's the Q&A chat? We're meant to have the Q&A chat There it is. Okay, I found it. So if you have any questions, feel free to put them in the Q&A chat. It just stops the chat from jumping quite so much. And any just casual chit chat, feel free to put it in the standard chat. And hopefully we won't have too many jumping issues. So yeah, I'm still attempting to get this thing posted on Instagram because I'm realizing that I cannot do two things at once. I am not an efficient multitasker in any way, shape or form. I don't know if anyone else is the same. If like I'm doing something and you talk to me while I'm doing it, I am done for, actually done for. I'm never going to be able to get anything done. Okay, I think that is functional. I hope that'll have to do because I am, yeah. Let's have a look. So I'm going to scroll all the way up to the top and let's have a look at what we've got. So top question, here we go, is all about witch bottles. I just made a traditional witch's protection bottle about a month ago, but I'm moving to another part of the US tomorrow. Since the jar is in a sealed container, will it be okay to bring with me? Yes, definitely. So now we have touched on witch bottles before, and the topic of them is really interesting in general. It's one of my favourite topics, but they're primarily used for protection. And typically the viewpoint is that you either replace a witch's bottle every year or when it breaks, whichever comes first. And so if you are moving, as long as that witch's bottle is going to stay safe and secure and it's not going to crack open or in any other way get damaged, I don't think there's any real problem in taking it with you. The only exception to this is if within that witch bottle you have included items that are designed to protect the space. So generally witches' bottles are used to protect individual people or, say, a household. But in some cases you can adapt a witch's bottle so that it can protect an area by including in the dirt of the area that you want to protect. So you want it to be kind of the raw energy of that location. So this could be bits of your house. So if you have like an old roof tile that's come off, or you have some brick that you can like scrape away at, you can then add that into the witch bottle as a representation of your home. You can also do this with soil, where you dig a little bit of the soil up that's in your home, I suppose not in your home, but on your land, and then you can add that into the witch bottle to offer protection for the land itself. So if that's the case, then obviously that witch bottle is going to need to be remade in a new location because it's going to be protecting the wrong place. But if you're just using it to protect yourself, don't see any reason why you can't bring it with. Obviously, just be careful if you go in a car and it breaks, because your car might smell really strongly if that happens. But if anything, it would make for a really interesting road trip story. So there's something. Let's have a look. Ooh, okay. So this is one of those questions that I think a lot of people are curious about. Even if they haven't asked it, they've probably thought to themselves about it. And that is, hi, I'm a new witch. I was wondering how to know if your spells are working. So the biggest piece of advice, and actually I feel like I should say this now, is that if any of you in the chat have additional information, your own insights on any given topic, feel free to put them in the chat. Let's kind of have like an open conversation about it, because I think it's really cool to see things from other people's perspectives as well, like how do you deal with these things? But for me, the biggest piece of advice that I can give is to try not to worry too much about looking for signs that something is working, because when we are kind of overly focused on something, it often doesn't happen. So for instance, there is a phrase, I don't know if it is anywhere else in the world other than here, but they say that a watched kettle will never boil, or a watched pot will never boil. And it's that idea of like, if you're constantly waiting for something to happen and you're looking, and everything seems to take longer when you are actively waiting for it to happen. And yet, guaranteed, the minute you leave the kitchen and you go and do something else, like I'm a sucker for it, I'll have YouTube on in the living room, I'll leave the kitchen to go and watch something interesting. Within 5 seconds, my pot's boiled over. I'm like, oh, now I've got to clean the entire hob off. Tangent, I know, but it's that same principle of, if we overly focus, in some cases you can almost delaying the process, because for you, you're so fixated on it manifesting that it feels like it takes forever to manifest. Whereas generally speaking, what a lot of people work by, sometimes for different reasons, but the idea is that once a spell is done, you kind of let it go and you no longer overly think about that working. So you aren't, because I'm a sucker for it, I do this all of the time. If I do something wrong, I hyperfixate on it. So if I'm in a working or a spell or a ritual and I mess something up, or I fumble some words, or I don't burn something properly, I will be thinking about it for days afterwards. I'm like, oh my goodness, what happens if that mistake that I made meant that none of this is going to work? And in reality, energy, as long as it is present, is going to be effective. Everything that you're doing is simply to raise that energy. So ultimately, as long as you have your energy work kind of in place and you can really raise the energy in that space, even if that's not necessarily just working with your own energy, even if that's working with spirits or deities or elements or anything like that, even dancing and singing and music, anything that's going to raise that energy is going to be massively helpful in making your working manifest, more than being overly worried about it. But if you do want signs that something is working, generally witchcraft is a results-based practice. So the biggest sign that something is working is when you start to see results. But there are ways you can go about this that don't involve actively seeing results. So after that working has been carried out, give it a couple of days or so, you can do a reading on that working. So this could be tarot, this could be oracle, this could be any number of different things. And by doing a reading on that working, you can get a gauge of whether that working is starting to manifest, perhaps the areas in which that working is starting to manifest. And you can ask if there are any things that you can do to help improve the process or speed up the process. And this is a way of doing it that means that you are not hyper obsessing over the results, but you are still able to perceive changes. Another way that you can do it as well, if you do work with spirits or guides, perhaps not now in your practice, but later on, is you'll often get signs and things coming through in dreams or in meditations from guides, guardians, ancestors. Wow, tongue twister today. And you'll often see those coming through as well. So there's kind of a lot of options here. So things can manifest, you can have spirits actively speaking to you, you can get numbers showing up, you can get animals showing up. But the one thing is, try your best not to obsess over it. And failed workings don't mean that you are not a successful magical practitioner. Sometimes things don't work for numerous reasons. And so it's always good, especially if you want to learn and train yourself to do tarot or perhaps just any form of divination, is to do a reading before you do a working. So if you know the working you're going to carry out, do a reading for that working and ask whether it's going to be successful for what it is that you want to achieve. If the cards say no, adapt it, then adapt it. If the cards say yeah, it's fine, then you can go ahead with that working. And if they say they can't, it's not going to work, then it's time to take a step back and go, okay, maybe there's a different way of doing this situation. That way you're almost prepared in advance, so that you aren't going to be overly worried about it. So as it does say on the screen for anyone who is new, please try to follow the chat guides where possible. If you have a question, feel free to put it in the Q&A questions tab, but please don't spam the chat. All it does is make it more difficult for people to get their questions answered, because YouTube has a tendency to freak out when there are too many questions in the chat and it starts going haywire. I mean, anyone who's been in the stream before will know that we've had the chat flip upside down. We've had questions straight up disappear. We've had whole chunks of the chat just vanish. It's like its whole magical universe in here. Like, I don't know how it works, and sometimes it just doesn't. So there's that. Oh, okay, so I can answer this question, but you may have to be patient because I have an entire video coming out on this that's going to be in depth, and I mean like in depth. Jamie, you didn't have to do that, thank you. And now I'm gonna have to buy you a meal or something. Coffee? You don't drink coffee. A meal. I'll have to buy you a meal and you can't fight me on it. Okay. Anyway. I have an entire video coming out on fair folk, so that video is going to be like fully in depth, so you're going to have to be patient for that. But actually, I will get up to grab some books. They are not all of the books that I recommend though, because some of them I'm reading. I'm realizing I forgot to even tell you what the question was. Okay, my brain is running faster than everything else is. Can you recommend a book about the fair folk, UK and Europe, ways to identify them and communicate with them? So, let's have a look-see. I actually have a whole bunch here. So we have this one, this one, this one, this one, this one? Yeah, that one. There's probably more. There, no doubt, is more than this. But these are kind of the ones that some of these I recommend more than others. We'll go over them. Okay. So I love one of these books so much, I actually have 2 copies of it. So that should really tell you how much I like these. So the first that I would recommend are books on, I mean, anyone who's been here before will know this. I talk about this book all of the time. Are books on first and second hand account of the fair folk. And these are usually fairly old now because obviously industrialization, you know, popularization of the internet, all of these things make it kind of hard to encounter the fair folk in the way that people did 100, 200 years ago. But this book, The Fairy Faith in Celtic Countries, yeah, I don't really understand how I've ended up with 2 of them, is incredible. So this is by W.Y. Evans Wentz, and it was published in 1911. Now, I know a lot of people worry about the font of these books and have asked me to show kind of what the font looks like. That's how tiny the font is. So be prepared that it's very, very tiny, and so I will often have to wear like my green glasses to be able to see this because it's too small. But this one covers the first and second hand accounts of people's encounters with the fair folk, primarily in Celtic countries. So you're looking at Wales, Scotland, England, and perhaps a little further afield. And it's a fascinating read. I'll be honest, it's incredibly dense because of the way it is written. So I'll just tell you what it says on the back. It is described as the most scholarly, wow, I can't say that word. It's the most scholarly work on fairies ever published. This rare book contains priceless ethnographic fieldwork and provides an invaluable snapshot of the fairy belief system taken at the cusp of modernity. There are regional surveys of the fairy faith in Ireland, Wales, Scotland, Brittany, and the Isle of Man, examining each of the hypothetical explanations of the fairy phenomena in turn, including theories of fairies as reclusive dwarves, disembodied spirits, or figments of human imagination. The author concludes that they may indeed be a manifestation of inhabitants of a higher reality that only some people are able to view, let alone understand. So this one is always one of my favourites, as mentioned. That's why I've got 2 copies of it, because I love it so much. You also have this one. So this is Fairy Legends. Similar concept. This was published by T. Crofton Croker in 1825, though the font in this one is a little bit more substantial and there are illustrations. This is a similar one, so it includes particularly Irish studies of fairy legends. There's also another one called British Goblins that covers Welsh stories and legends as well. So these, I think, are a really good foundation of understanding people's encounters with the fair folk, and so I will always recommend these as kind of a primary read. You then have lots and lots of other books that have been published on the subject. Ooh, put these down here. So we have, for instance, Fairy and Folk Tales of the Irish Peasantry, but the one that I think could be most useful to a lot of people is actually this one. This is Fairy, A Guide to Law, Magic, and the World of the Good Folk by John T. Cruz. And this one covers kind of interactions with the fair folk, the different ways that they may manifest, the different types of fairies, including pixies, brownies, what else have we got? Orchard sprites, all kinds of stuff in here. And it's one of those books that covers kind of fairy culture and the understanding that people have over fairy food and things like that. It's a really interesting read. And so this is one that I would say is kind of the progression from the history into the more modern style of practice. Though, as mentioned, I do have an entire video, and oh my goodness, this video is going to take me months because I'm reading every single book I can get my hands on about the fair folk. that's going to take me a while, but that one is coming in the future. I got all of this stuff out. I got like my incensey bits out because I was going to be all cute and like Samhain-y and like light candles and burn incense, and then I got distracted and didn't, so we'll see. But yeah, I did mention in the last stream, but feel free to add any more in here, is if you have any books that you recommend on the Fair Folk, feel free to put them in the chat and I will try to list them into my bigger list so that I can kind of get more books into the video and give myself more work, because clearly I need more books to read, obviously. Okay, so just while I'm down here, there's kind of a couple messages about kind of the Fair Folk in general, so I think I'm just going to answer those while I'm here. So, as I understand, in Welsh folklore, it's more connected to fae than deities in the normal sense. So this is something that I think is important to note when it comes to working with the Fair Folk, and I feel like not enough people mention it, is that depending on the folklore that you are looking at, you are going to get very different versions of the Fair Folk. So in some regions, even just within the British Isles, the Fair Folk are spirits of the dead, or at the very least, spirits of the dead will carry out the trooping of the fae, which is kind of the migration of the fae twice a year. Spirits of the dead have been seen with the trooping fae. In other areas, the fae are considered minimized deities, so they are old gods that have been reduced down to being fair folk. In other regions, the fair folk are considered beings that have fallen from heaven, that were not good enough for heaven but not bad enough for hell, and so they end up walking our earthly plane. That's another kind of story that gets floated around. In some places, they are spirits in the other world that can traverse backwards and forwards. There are kind of so many different versions of this. So different books from different regions are going to discuss the fair folk in a different way. And that can get kind of confusing if you are expecting every book to have kind of the same mythos, the same stories. They are going to be from different perspectives. So, for instance, I've not read it yet, so don't hold me to this, but I suspect that Mara Starling's book on fairy witchcraft is likely to cover different aspects of working with the fae than, say, the book that I just put down there, which is Fairies and Folklore of the Irish Peasantry. It's probably going to cover different topics because they are from different regions, they're working with different traditions and different folklore. It's going to come out differently. And then here we've got, if I live in the States, can those books still be helpful? Yes, they're going to be helpful, though, in perhaps a different way. So we've covered it before, but the idea that everywhere there are fairy type spirits, and I use this because the word fairy, fair folk, wee folk, little people, good neighbours, these are often regional names, and they're primarily from the British Isles and Western Europe. And so we can, in theory, apply that further afield, but more likely than not, depending on where you are in the world, you're likely going to have your own nature spirits, earth spirits, fairy type spirits that would go by different names, and the mythology for them is going to be different. So, for instance, brownies are house spirits, house fae. And yet there are house spirits found everywhere from Japan to North America. And you can find them almost everywhere, but they will go by different names. And so these books could still be really useful in figuring out the signs that these spirits are around, the idea of working with them, connecting with them, leaving out offerings for them. But I think it's then really important to make sure that we are looking into the mythology, folklore of the indigenous peoples and the region that you are in, because it's likely that you'll have similar spirits, perhaps even the same spirits, that are going by different names. So yeah, it's one of those where definitely useful, but probably won't directly apply in exactly the same way. This also applies to books on traditional witchcraft. So while traditional witchcraft can be carried out everywhere, if we are working with very specific, like named spirits, so for instance in Gemma Gary's work it is largely the Buka, that spirit is not going to apply if you live in Australia, because it is a regional spirit. And I couldn't necessarily, especially the water spirit version of Buka, I could not even work with that spirit. And I live in the same country, but because the spirits are so regional, even I can't work with the same spirits as Gemma because we don't live in the same place, even though we live in the same country in essentially a tiny island. So these things are adaptable, but they are not directly translatable per se, depending on where you live. Okay. We're already starting with the random sound effects. Oh, I'm currently reading Mara Starling's Welsh Fairies, loving it so far. Oh, I'm so glad. I've got it on my list, but I just have so many fairy books that I need to get through. I'm like trying to put off getting it because I just know that as soon as I get it, it's going to go top to my reading list, top to my reading list, top of the reading list, and then I'm not going to get anything else read. So I feel like I have to wait till I finish at least half of the fairy witchcraft books. Maybe more, just to stop me from like diving in and just reading it straight away, but it just sounds incredible. Okay, let's have a look. Have you ever played board games with a witchy topic like Harrow County or Septima? I have not even heard of these games. So I love the idea of being like a tabletop game person. Right? I love the idea of it. I'm not very good with the execution of it because that involves people, and people are scary. Like I know that I do this, and I can see the number of people like on my screen, and I just try to blank it out and just pretend like that is not the number of people that are currently watching me ramble, because I don't really do people that well. So it's one of those things where I think if I could find like a really good group of people to play things like that with, I would love it. But at the minute, I'm too much of a hermit to be able to do that, I suspect. Does she mean hobgoblins? So this was in reference to the brownies, I believe. And yeah, potentially, depending on where you live, hobgoblins will refer to different beings, but I do believe in some places hobgoblins are essentially brownies. It's just different names for different places. Oh my goodness, thank you so much. Incufish. I really hope that's right. I always hate saying people's names, not because I don't want to say people's names, but because I'm so scared of getting it wrong. Thank you so much. I'm feeling more of the quiet and restful aspects of the season. What's your thoughts and recommendations on resting in Samhain time? I think it's really, really useful, actually. I am one of those overly hyperactive, I love Samhain, I want to do everything kind of people. Like that's just what I'm like. However, I am also incredibly aware that this season can be overly energetic. So it's definitely a time of year where there is so much going on all around us all of the time that it can just be way too overwhelming. And sometimes if you've had a terrible year, I nearly swore, I'm going to try not to do that. If you've had a terrible year, you've had a lot of stress, you've had a lot of strain, you've recently moved, any of these things, or even you just want to relax, I don't think there's anything wrong with just taking time to just relax. And ultimately for a lot of people, Samhain is actually the perfect time to be doing the meditations, the shadow work. For some people, it might be a time to be looking inwards and to be focusing on the mindfulness, the meditation techniques, perhaps even the astral projection, the working with guides, guardian spirits, ancestors, rather than lots and lots of active spell work and ritual. I think it really just depends on what kind of a practice you need at like that given time. Right, let's have a look, see. I forgot how much I talk, so I match my, I actually match my mug perfectly. What? I didn't realise it was that perfect of a match. I'm quite proud of that. It was not entirely intentional. I just grabbed the top mug in my cupboard. Right, let's have a look-see. Oh, okay. If I have crystals that I leave outside in my garden, are they constantly charged as each full moon cycle, as well as the sun keeps them charged? Yes, but I do think that there are quite a lot of misconceptions surrounding crystals in general, I've noticed this primarily because of Tumblr. Like, I'm not even going to blame TikTok this time. This is entirely Tumblr, because I remember this being rampant. Crystals will have their own natural energy, and that energy will replenish over time. So you don't need to charge your crystals at all for them to be usable. The only real reason to charge crystals in the full moon, the new moon, the sun is if you need or if you want to attach the energy of that cosmic body onto the energy of that crystal. So, for instance, my crystals stay in a ginormous chalice. I say ginormous, it's a larger than average chalice. And I will just take them out, cleanse them, let them kind of redevelop their own energy again, and then I will just use them. However, if, for instance, I need, say I'm working with selenite, it's already associated with the moon, but if I need to tailor that working, so I don't just want lunar energy, I want new moon energy, I would then leave it out in the new moon, because then it tailors the energy of that crystal to the new moon to make it that energy more specific. It's more tailored for my intention. Or if I wanted, say for instance, confidence, I could charge tiger eye in the sun, because it's that solar, that very outgoing, exuberant energy with that confident, outgoing energy of the tiger eye, and then it will kind of magnify that working. And also, crystals have a limited amount of energy that they can absorb. So once they are full, if you continue to leave them out, it's not going to kind of get any higher. So if you are charging crystals, I would say use that energy and then put them out again, just so that then you're making the most of the energy that they are gathering. Or you can use them and attach workings onto them and have them be like a longer term, constantly powered battery type situation. So that's just kind of a little bit of an additional information there. To answer your question, yes. It's like a really long-winded to say, yes, that would work, and that is how it works. But there are also some kind of additional aspects to that, which is some crystals are going to be bleached in the sun. So for instance, if you leave amethyst in the sun, it will go from being a really rich purple to being kind of a white grey colour, which isn't something that everyone wants, so just be careful with that. And sometimes the energy might actually clash. So if you are wanting to work with that kind of lunar energy of, say, selenite again, and you've left it out in the sun, you might be finding that the energy is a little bit conflicted. It's not to say that that energy isn't going to be successful or that it won't be potent or that you can't work with it, but it's more just that in some circumstances you might not want to do that. So for me, I will rarely charge my crystals, if ever, really, because I'm primarily working with the energy of that stone rather than the energy of whatever cosmic body I am working with, but everyone is just going to be different with this. Right. Oh, here we go. Ooh, interesting. Oh, this is a good one. I'm curious on your thoughts as to whether you think a very old tree would have more spiritual energy than a fairly new tree. So, yes and no. So what I often find is that young trees tend to be a little... This is going to make me sound delulu. If you aren't aware of my practice, which is primarily working with trees, all of that kind of stuff, I work a lot with different trees, and so I get used to communing with and interacting with different trees and different tree spirits. I often find that young trees are a little bit scattered. Like, they tend to be a little scatterbrained. You will ask them a question and they'll be like, boof, off on something else. I'm done with that. I'm distracted by this. Oh, the wind is blowing. Oh, bird. And they are less centered and focused than older, more mature trees. So for instance, if you are probably one of the fastest growing trees that we have here would be the silver birch. If you are in a silver birch woodland and they're all fairly young, it's like being in a playground. Like, there's just so much energy, it's all flitting around everywhere. Whereas if you are in an old oak forest, for instance, it tends to be very still and quiet, and they're just a little bit more kind of contained and gathered. So older trees you can typically get more insight and information from because they've experienced more of the world, they've seen more passage of time, their thoughts and communication is a little bit easier to follow. But if you have an older tree that is dying or they're really ill, then that energy is going to fade pretty dramatically, so that then you might find that the younger tree is actually the most energetically present. So I think it's a little bit more varied, but if we were to say two healthy trees, I'd say that you're probably going to have an easier time once you formed that connection, having communication with the older tree than the younger tree. But that's not to say that younger trees aren't really amazing to work with as well. It's just their energy is going to be completely different. And so with younger trees, you might want to be interacting with them and communing with them for their energy and how they feel. Whereas with older trees, it's often about the wisdom of what they have experienced. So you can work with their energy, but also they have seen so much of life pass them by, like in some cases, 1,000 years worth of history, that they will often have deeper insight on things than a tree that is, say, only 20, 30 years old by comparison. So yeah, the older ones are absolutely fascinating to interact with. We have one in a park nearby that has given me their name, and they are very like, it is, okay, right, if anyone has seen the Disney movie Pocahontas, is it Mother Willow? The tree figure, that is what communing with old trees is like. Like, the movie got so much wrong, and it's just kind of just awful. But that singular bit is actually fairly accurate, just because it's that kind of wisdom that comes with age. They are very much like a wizened figure, and that really comes across when you're communing with them. Yeah, that's actually a really good thing. So Shadow Dancer said, new trees are growing, so most of their energy is focused on their growth, but old trees, once established, allow their auras to form around them naturally. Yeah, that is kind of what it feels like. Like when you are interacting with a young tree, it's very like, oh, I need to do this, oh, and this, and that, and the other, and oh, I'm distracted by this, and what were you saying? It's that kind of like, I'm trying to put my energy into so many things all at once that I can't focus on you. Whereas when we have an older tree that is a couple of 100 years old, you're definitely more likely to get a more centered, focused response. And yeah, a lot like the Ents from Lord of the Rings. Actually, that's a really accurate description, and actually a lot of the mythology within the Lord of the Rings universe does come from British and European mythology and older practices, so it kind of makes sense. Okay, where was I? I am so close to the top. Oh, okay, so this one's an interesting one. Do people usually work with spirit guides for advice or support rather than magical workings and low magic? I never really hear of people petitioning spirit guides to bring money and good luck often. So you usually wouldn't find people working that way with spirit guides in particular, but definitely with other spirits. So obviously, I feel like I should have mentioned this earlier. I feel like a little tree right now. I feel like a young tree. My brain is like everywhere. This is just my experience with things. And obviously my experience is not the be-all end-all of witchcraft. I would never expect anyone to take my information as being gospel or the only information out there. You know, there's so much variety here. But I find that there are different spirits that you would work with for different situations, and spirit guides are primarily there for additional energetic and spiritual guidance. So they are the spirits that will be like, not that way, we don't want to do that, we need to go this way. They are more likely to push you in the directions that you need to go to manifest a world that is the best for you at that given time. And so you're less likely to petition a spirit guide for prosperity, for love, for luck. In comparison, you would probably do that with familiars, servitors, deities, saints, perhaps other spirits that you would work with, rather than your spirit guides. I don't think it's necessarily one style is more popular than others. I think you'll probably, okay, perhaps a bit of a sweeping statement, but if I'm looking at the percentages of magical practitioners, so this entire bubble is like the percentage of magical practitioners, I'd say that a small fraction in the corner have been practicing for longer than 30 years. And then you've got kind of a bit of a bigger part of that bubble where people have been practicing for longer than 10 years. But I would say, based on my experience with the magical community, especially online, the majority of practitioners have been practicing for less than 2 years. That's not a bad thing. It's just that is kind of the percentages that I see, because you have like a trickle effect. So you have lots and lots of people who are just getting started, and then a lot of people fall off, the trend starts dying, people start disappearing, they have families, they have pets, they have a life, they have jobs, and then the percentage of practitioners starts decreasing over time. I often find that younger practitioners, and by that I do not mean age, I mean in the amount of time that you have been practicing, will primarily work with tangible things. So it is physical items, it's spell bottles, it's candle magic, it's the physical things that they can see, because especially when you're just getting started, those things are way easier to deal with than all of the ethereal, ephemeral, spirit guides, ancestors, servitors, all of this kind of spirity stuff that's over here. This like tangible, touchy-feely, this is incense, this is a tea light candle, these are matches. This is like a really tangible thing that I think younger practitioners have an easier time dealing with. And then I think that you'll find that a lot of the older, more experienced practitioners will often primarily work with spirits, and that kind of spirit engagement takes time to manifest, and I think that might be one of the reasons why it's swayed that way as well. If you're going to have a really strong spirit connection, it is not a quick process. It could take 30, 40 years for some people to develop really strong spiritual connections. Sure, some people can do it in a couple of months. Some people it's going to take decades, and I think that's really where the distinction lies. I don't think it's necessarily that people primarily choose to work with spirit guides over rituals and lower magics. I think it really depends on the individual practice, and some people are just going to be drawn to more things than others. So for me, I will primarily actually work with my spirits. That's where my practice is now. If you were to talk to me 10 years ago, I'd tell you that I only work with candles, or I only work with the elements, these kind of things. So yeah, I think it's definitely what you are attuned to and how comfortable and experienced you are, because a lot of beginners to the practice are not necessarily going to be comfortable like jumping straight into spirit work. Okay, let's have a look-see. How do you form your own rituals? How can you personalize the craft of spells and rituals? So I'm just going to have a look in this book to see if I can get an example of what I'm going to be talking about, because this book has spells in it, so I think that could be useful. So if we are talking about adapting spells, let's have a look-see in here. What have we got? Have we got anything that I can easily work with? I don't know if we have. So if, say, you're looking through a book like this, if you're curious, this is Utterly Wicked by Dorothy Morrison. Thank you so much as well to the subscriber that sent this to me. They sent this to me years and years ago, but I don't know if the lovely Emma is still a subscriber, but Emma sent me this, and I'm so appreciative of her, because it was just incredible to get this in the PO box. But say you're looking through a book just like this, and you come across a spell. Actually, oh look, there's spells right at the back here. Let's have a look, see what do we have here. So say for instance we are looking at, let's do this one. So this is a hex, and everyone's going to feel comfortable with that, but I'm just using this as an example. If we are taking this one, so this is a spend no more hex apparently, which is all about, it's one of these stopping bad habit kind of working. So some people would call it a hex. Some people would say that if you were to cast it on yourself as a way of limiting the way that you're going about your life and everything, then that wouldn't be a hex. That's just you using spell work to adapt something that you find to be a problem. But that is all about the sliding scale that no doubt we will be talking about later on. This calls for a pop it, it calls for a green permanent marker, a black permanent marker, a paintbrush, and black cloth. So if I were looking at this and I went, oh, I actually don't think I have green permanent marker. So immediately I might be thinking, well, that means I can't do the spell. I don't have green permanent marker. I'll just have to look for something else. When instead, what we can see is, why is the green permanent marker being used? So it's designed to be a money-based spell. And so the green has likely been added in to represent finances and money and prosperity. So if I can add something else into this working that's green, then I can replace the intention of that green permanent marker, because I still have a black permanent marker, so there's still a pen going on in there. So that poppet, which could be made out of fabric, I often use felt, like we sell felt poppets in the store, my mum makes them, she's incredible at it, she's so good at it. We can tailor the thread of that poppet to match the intention of the working. And so if you were making a poppet, you might say, okay, well, I don't have green permanent marker, but I do have green thread. And so you would add that green into that working in a separate place to represent something similar. And so when it comes to adapting spells, it's about picking apart that spell. So the poppet in that is used to represent an individual. And so if you didn't have a poppet, you might then instead choose to use a photograph to represent that person. It's about figuring out the why of those ingredients. And that's why I do think it's useful to have a look at a spell book. You don't necessarily need to have a spell book in your collection. You can just go to the library, or you can look at spells online and whatnot. But look at different spells and see what ingredients are being used and figure out why those ingredients are being used. So if you're seeing, just probably the most popular and most obvious example would be love spells of all varieties often use rose. So you need to look into, oh, well, I'm noticing that rose is appearing quite a lot. Why is it appearing? Oh, I'm noticing that in friendship spells, pink is appearing a lot. Why is pink appearing a lot? Let's look into it. Let's do some research. In money spells, green is often used. Why? Like jasmine is often used. Why? It's about figuring out the whys of it. And once you can see in a working why an ingredient is being used. So in this working, the green permanent marker is used to represent prosperity. You can then adapt that working by adding something else that represents prosperity. So if you're doing, I mean, we can twist this working on its head entirely. So this one is about kind of not spending money. We could be doing a working that's about attracting money. If you're creating a poppet to attract finances, if you don't have a green permanent marker, instead you could put in alfalfa or basil. You could put in jasmine or chamomile, herbs that represent prosperity. You could add in crystals that represent prosperity. So this could be citrine, this could be pyrite. You could add in a few pennies or a few coins that represent prosperity. You can add in a fake little dollar note or something to add in as a representation of money. It's about, if you are missing an ingredient, figuring out the why and then figuring out a replacement for it. And once you've kind of gotten the hang of figuring out the replacements or the substitutions that you can make, please be warned about universal substitutions, though. They are not accurate and they're all over social media. Once you've kind of figured out the substitutions and you can successfully adapt your own spells, you can then essentially write your own spells. Because once you understand kind of why those ingredients are being added in, you can build a working from the ground up. So you can say to yourself, okay, well, I would like, say I continue the example, I would like prosperity in my life. Well, what areas of my life do I want prosperity in? Well, I would like prosperity in my job. I would like to do better at work and to earn more money. Okay, so if you're wanting that prosperity at work, maybe that prosperity spell needs to be at work. So that's going to change the kind of ways that you want to do that working. You might choose to then create a pouch or a bag that you can put in your desk drawer at work. So you now know that you need a bag. So you then think, okay, well, what colour bag should I use? Well, if you're doing it for prosperity, you might want to use green or gold or silver or any of the colours that represent money and finances. If you are in other places around the world as well, red is often used for prosperity. So mix and match depending on what you feel connected to. So once you've got that bag in the colour that represents prosperity, you can think, okay, well, I want that prosperity to attach onto me. I don't want it to just be prosperity for the entire office. I want it to be for me. So you're going to want to target that working at you. So you're going to need something that represents you. That could be a picture, that could be a signature, that could be saliva, blood, any number of other things that you can add in as a tag lock. Add that in as well. And then you think, okay, well, maybe I want to boost this a little bit with some crystals and some herbs. So then you do some research and you check out the crystals and the herbs that represent prosperity. Perhaps some of them might even represent prosperity in certain situations, so you can tailor that working even further. If you want, you can write your desires onto a piece of paper, fold that up, add that in as well. Work with any spirits, deities that you are connected to charge that working. And then you've essentially built a spell from the ground up, just based off your understanding of the items that go into it. So I know that was a little bit kind of long-winded there, but it really does start from the ground up. So it's at the start, you might want to just use pre-made spells, just to kind of get an idea of the ritual and the spell process. But then you might want to adapt spells and then start building your own spells. And once you can get to the point where you can build your own spells from scratch, you can then create practically any working that you want, and you can make it completely customized to you, which is just so much easier. Like I will occasionally go into a spell book, like I will like touch on them, but usually it's for inspiration. It's like, I want to try something different. What can I try? Find a spell in a format that I like the look of, and then I will just basically create something from there. Oh, thank you so much, Indy, as well as LV. Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. I hope you have an amazing Samhain. I love the little ghosties as well. The ghosties and the pumpkins are so cute. Okay, let's see. Where was I? I am somewhere over here. Here we go. Do you have any rituals or spells planned for the 31st, and are you dressing up? I don't have anything that I am particularly planning on doing. For me, it is mostly just lighting the candles to put out for spirits. That's primarily what I'm doing. And then just enjoying the energy. I tend to not do large amounts of spell work around Samhain, not because it's bad or anything, but mostly just that I enjoy taking in the energy of the season. I enjoy just getting to enjoy it. So while I will probably be doing some additional protection work, because it's what I like to do around Samhain generally, because it is a lot more active, and I'll probably do some readings, I probably won't be doing anything in particular. And then I'm honestly not sure what I would dress up as. I have a tendency every year to not do anything on Halloween. Like, I am not a go out to a Halloween party kind of a person. I would much rather see cute dogs on the internet and watch YouTube kind of a person. Like, I've been watching, would you watch? Yeah, you do watch TikToks, but it's not like watching a YouTube video. Maxoween, Rachel Maxey's Halloween series. I love all of that kind of stuff, and I will probably continue doing that on Halloween, or I'll dress up and just sit in my living room and watch Halloween movies. Like, I feel like watching Halloween Town is an essential at this time of year. Oh yeah, Rachel Maxey's like, she is my comfort YouTuber. Like, I think everyone has like a comfort YouTuber if you spend enough time on YouTube, and Rachel is 1,000% mine. I love her to pieces. So, also, what are you guys dressing up for Halloween? If you are going to, I'd love to know. I need some inspiration, because I just like turn myself into a pumpkin. I've done that a lot, actually. I do a lot of it's the orange and black thing. I'm a sucker for the orange and black thing. Or a skeleton, or something like that. Right, I am. Oh no, it jumped! I knew it was going to jump at some point. Okay, luckily I don't think I've lost anything. Sorry, I just made so many sound effects and ultimately said nothing. How would you go about swapping ingredients in a spell? So I know that this is kind of what we've already touched on, but, okay. when it comes to swapping out ingredients, I feel like this is the optimum time for me to talk about universal substitutions, okay? Now, apologies if there are any small children around, but universal substitutions are bullshit. They are bullshit. Not in all circumstances, but a lot of them are. So, let's talk about kind of substitutions. So, when we are seeing a spell and we don't have an ingredient for that spell, we need to be finding an alternative that covers the same ground as that original, say, herb was going to cover. And I know I just pissed off a bunch of people by saying herb with a H instead of herb with an E, because I get comments every single time I do it. But what you'll find if you Google substitution for, it will always come up with the same darn substitutions. And it's always, you can substitute every crystal for clear quartz. You can substitute any herb for rosemary, and you can substitute any flower for rose. And that is just so inaccurate, and I wonder how many people's workings have been destroyed by doing this. So the reason why it doesn't entirely work, because it does to an extent. So quartz is what I would consider a fairly universal substitution, because quartz, clear quartz in particular, or rock quartz depending on where you are, is an amplifier of energy. So whatever energy is going on in that space, that quartz is going to magnify it. So think of if you have a crystal ball and it's kind of focusing the sun's energy, and you can essentially burn things with a mirror or a crystal ball by doing this. That's what quartz does. It kind of gathers up all of the energy that's floating around, and it really directs it and focuses it, and it kind of amplifies all of that energy and makes that working more potent. So if you are doing a working, say, for, once again, prosperity, I'm probably going to keep coming back to that as the default. If you have other ingredients in that working and you are directing your energy into that working, and you don't have any crystal for prosperity, using clear quartz is a great alternative, because it's going to take all of the energy in that working and then push itself into it. The problem that you've got when it comes to people saying you can use rose to substitute any plant, any flower, and rosemary to substitute any herb, is that it relies on all of your workings aligning with the intentions or associations of rose and rosemary. And I say this on this stream in particular because it is the spooky season. I am going to be touching a little bit on Baneful Magick, and that is, if you are wanting something that is less favourable, that's what I was trying to say, less favourable, then using something with really positive associations isn't necessarily going to work. And that's why it's not completely the same. So as an example, rose is commonly used for love workings, friendship. It's often associated with the full moon, and therefore it relates to that abundant, prosperous energy. It's also highly adaptable because you can use the thorns in baneful workings, you can use the leaves in workings, you can use the stems in workings. You can have different colours of roses to represent different things. So white can often be used for what was I trying to say? New moon energy, cleansing, replenishing, peace. You can use yellow for kind of abundance or friendship, these kind of things. Pink is often for blossoming new relationships and these kind of things. Rose in itself is highly, highly adaptable. You can use them for so many things. But if you are wanting to do say for instance, a prosperity spell, I'm using it again, and you are using red roses as a substitution, you might find it sways that working in a way that perhaps it wouldn't if you were going to use yellow roses instead. And this is what I mean when I say that witchcraft is so much about nuance. Yes, you can get anything to work with no ingredients whatsoever, but nuance is really important. If I were to be doing a baneful working, and for instance, I didn't have belladonna, which not nice to work with, by the way, so very, very poisonous, very, very dangerous. If, for instance, I didn't have belladonna, me substituting it for a red rose isn't necessarily going to work the way I would want it to. However, if I were to substitute it for rose thorns in a baneful working, that would probably be more successful. And so it's not necessarily that you can't use these things, you just have to take the nuance into account. So for instance, rosemary, it's really good for protection, it's really good for memory, for study, for focus, for luck, for prosperity, it's good for all of these things. But if I was going to use lemon balm in a spell to improve self-love, rosemary probably wouldn't be my number one choice as a substitution, because for me, it doesn't align intention-wise with the very gentle, nurturing, loving lemon balm. It's a very, very different energy. So if you are picking a substitution, it's very much about picking something that fits the working rather than just going for the first thing that the internet says. And so, yeah, you might want to use rose in a situation, but also you might not. And that's why I think it's really, really useful to kind of get lists. Say, for instance, like, what lists are there? Like the Scott Cunningham's Encyclopedia of Magical Herbs, there's that one. And there's got to be others out there. It's just Scott Cunningham's Encyclopedia of Magical Herbs is the one that I'm often using. It has like lists of different herbs. I'll actually see if this one does. No, this one doesn't. That's a real shame. Some books will have like lists at the end. It's really useful to go through for like a list, like Scott Cunningham's Encyclopedia of Magical Herbs. It's going to give you hundreds of substitutions for things and things of different intentions. And so that way you can look down the list and you can go, okay, well, I don't have chamomile. What else can I substitute it with? I feel like I've gone off on a tangent here tonight. I hope that makes sense. I have beef with universal substitutions simply because people miss the nuance of it all. So there's definitely times and places for you to be using those things, but just don't forget the nuance of it, is basically what I'm trying to say. I don't know if any of that made any sense. That could have been an absolute rambling mess. But just generally, I think that everyone's practice is going to look so, so unique. And this is the complication of talking about topics like this. And I think it's why you can get really distinct camps in the witchcraft community, because practice is often so incredibly nuanced. You will have some people who say you can never substitute anything and you have to do all of your spells and rituals by the book. And they've been using the same spells and rituals for the past 30, 40, 50 years, going back to the original, say, Gardnerian covens. And then you have other people where they're like, let's just go rogue. I mean, chaos magic is a great example of this. It's let's go rogue and let's see what we've got going on here. Let's see what we can try. Let's mix and match a few things and yeah, all of that stuff. And I think that, yeah, spells are like cooking. And so you'll have some people where they are like, let's follow the recipe exactly. And then you've got some people that are like, let's just go for it. I mean, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. And then I'll try something else next time. And so, yeah, it's one of those, it's a really interesting topic because the things that I substitute out are not necessarily going to be substituted by other people. So the ones that I find the hardest to substitute actually are things like mugwort. Mugwort I find incredibly difficult to substitute because it is designed as a very astral herb. It's very dreamlike. It alters states of consciousness in a way that other less great plants also do. And I find that to be incredibly difficult to substitute out. Whereas there are some things where, say for instance, mint mint, depending on what you're using it for, can really easily be substituted out. And honestly, marjoram. If you have marjoram and you have basil in your herb collection, you can literally just stick it in anything. And you can substitute so many things out for it. But there are some things. Oh, Damiana can be used as a substitute for mugwort. That's actually really, really useful to me. Because, like, I struggle so much with that. It's one of those ones that I can just never figure it out. What other ones can I never figure out? So rose is fine, jasmine's fine. Lavender's a big one that people substitute out, because I've noticed a lot of people have an allergy, or at least a severe dislike, if it isn't an allergy, to lavender. Yes, that's actually a really important thing as well, Tom. The best way to teach someone witchcraft is to teach them how to understand themselves. Yeah, because it is so unbelievably personal. And that's why when you're talking about kind of these topics, people often have very extreme kind of responses to it, because sometimes you'll just like you'll poke someone who is like, nope, you cannot substitute anything, and I'm like, okay, well, that's fine, but like lots of people do. I mean, just talk to chaos magicians. Chaos magicians will substitute anything and everything. And I've met some that are very, very gung-ho with anything. They're like, I'm just going to go into this with absolutely no idea what I'm going to do. I'm just going to vibe. I'm going to see what things I like the feel of. Like, I'm just going to walk around. I mean, some people will practically walk around the items that they've got, not even looking at them, and will just go off the energy, and they will just pick things out and be like, yeah, let's just try and go solely off the energy and see what we're going to come out with. And for some people, exactly, chaos. Some people will come out with the most incredible workings, like absolutely bonkers workings. And it's all just down to that like energy, where you'll have some people where you're like, no, I have to do it exactly by the book. And then they'll also get like the most incredible responses, and they'll do the same working in the same way every single time, and they will get incredible results. And so that's why, for anyone kind of new, I think it's really important that we try not to limit ourselves too much to start off with. So like, try substituting things out, see what happens. I mean, generally the worst situation that's going to happen from incorrectly substituting an ingredient is that your working isn't going to work, or it might work in a different way than you were expecting. And so ultimately, as long as you have kind of an understanding of how to manifest, and also how to protect, and perhaps a little bit of undoing a working, then you can really kind of go in and take some of the research that you've done and apply it, and then see how it manifests, and document everything down, write it all down, all of that good stuff. Take a notebook. I actually have a dedicated notebook that I just write down like the date of the working, what I did, when I did it, how I did it, when it started to manifest. It all goes in this book. And that way, in 3-4 months, I can look back and go, okay, so I substituted rose for jasmine here, and actually it didn't work. So let's try something else next time. Ooh, patchouli, that's the other one that I struggle so much to swap out. If anyone has any suggestions for substituting patchouli, let me know, because for me, it is like very, very, it's one of the most popular herbs that I have in my collection. I use patchouli so much. Yeah, I think people do keep books of shadows, but they're definitely not as popular as they used to be. I have both, so I'll swing both ways with it. I have like formal books of shadows that I will specifically document finished workings. So these are the workings where like I've already done all of the adjustments and stuff in. And then I have a separate book that has kind of the random trial and errors. Like, I'll give this a go, I'll stick that herb in and we'll see if it works. And that kind of goes in a separate book. Otherwise, my book of shadows would just be a rambling mess. It's already hard to keep track of things, but I can imagine, like, that would be almost impossible for me to keep track of. But what do we have here? You can substitute patchouli for moss. Where did I see that? Here we go. Patchouli with moss. Oh, I'll have to give that a go. I have moss. I have lost my ginormous container of patchouli. Don't ask me how I've done it. I actually have no idea. I must have put it somewhere. I must have squirreled it away somewhere going, this'll be a safe space. I will be able to find this later. And then I have not been able to find my patchouli, and I am probably going to have to get some more because I've immediately lost it. But yeah, I mean, I've always worked with moss for kind of... I'm trying to find the word that I'm looking for. Growing spells isn't what I'm after, but I'll almost use moss as a way of maybe earthing. Maybe earthing is what I'm looking for. As in, I'm not getting rid of the energy of that working, but I'm more like rooting it. I'm grounding that energy so that it can then flourish. Dirt for patchouli. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, patchouli does smell like dirt. So I think that's a pretty good alternative, as long as you're not burning it or whatnot. I wouldn't substitute dirt in incense or whatnot, but yeah, I mean, dirt would be a great substitute for patchouli in other circumstances. But yeah, I will use moss as a rooting agent. So if I want a working to really root itself and be kind of a substantial, grounded working, I'll often include a little bit of moss in there. So yeah, I mean, I wouldn't call that a simpleton. I'd say that's actually a connection I completely did not get at all, and now I can completely see it, because it's that kind of earthy, grounded energy. I completely get that. I even have moss, so I could use this. This is great. But previously, I've always used moss in workings that need to have more of a stable foundation. I've always seen it as being this very steady thing. And so if I'm doing any kind of witch ball and I need the energy inside to be quite stable, then I will use moss in one of those, especially as a really nice base to the witch's ball. Or if I'm doing a longer term working, in a bowl or something, I'll use moss in there as well. But yeah, maybe my patchouli is saving itself for something really, really special. Maybe as soon as I really need it, it will just appear out of nowhere, and then I'll be able to find it again. I think that would be really, really good. Okay, where was I? Any tips for someone just starting out with tarot? I have quite a few, actually, and it depends on whether or not you've already got a deck or not. So I think to start off with, we need to be deciding kind of what format of deck is going to be best. So you have different styles, and there's more than just these, but the most common would be the Rider-Waite-Smith and the... Oh my goodness, what is it called? Huh? My brain. I feel like those people. Has anyone seen? I'm chronically online. Has anyone seen that video where the girl is trying to say avocado, and she's like, banana, plum. What is it? That's what I feel like inside my brain right now. It was Aleister Crowley's format for tarot. Why can't I remember what it was called? Anyway, there's a few different formats for tarot. The most common that you will find in Thoth. Oh my goodness, why did I forget that? Oh goodness. Yep, yeah, my brain just went, poof, this word does not exist for you. If you're going to use a book, you're going to have better chances using, say, the Rider-Waite-Smith system than you would any of the others, because there are far more books on the Rider-Waite-Smith system. But generally speaking, the way that I've always learned tarot, and the most effective way for me, that doesn't necessarily apply to everyone, is to pull a card every single day. I actually don't even have a deck next to me. For once, I don't have a deck next to me, but you pull a card every single day. And the first thing that you're probably going to want to do is to look at the card and see which aspects of that card stand out to you. So each card is going to have a lot of imagery on it. And especially if we're looking at the Rider-Waite-Smith system, we're looking at a lot of numerology, a lot of symbolism, representations in animals and colours that are really significant. And so look at that card and see what you can pick out. So a good example, let's just pick the Magician. Let's pick the Magician. So there's a lot going on the Magician card. And you might find that your eye is particularly drawn to one aspect of the card than another. So you might find that there's something on the table of the Magician that you really are drawn to, or you might find that it's the colour scheme that you are really drawn to. And so it's worth figuring out which in that card you feel particularly connected to, and then if you need to, you want to, you can look into a book or look into the guide that comes with and see what that card means. So for me, the Magician is the card of creation. It's that catalyst point where you are essentially at that crossroads of being able to manifest anything that you want. And because of that, there's so many things on the Magician's table that you can work with, representations for all four of the elements. There's up and down happening all in one go. That is a card that can take you anywhere. But when you are looking at that card, if you see that there's something on the table that is particularly drawing you in, or there's a particular colour of that card, it could be that that is the thing that is really drawing you in. And that's the bit that you need to be focusing on. And by doing that, I've often found that it helps to both develop a book, like an academic understanding of the deck from the book's perspective, but it also allows you to magnify your own intuitive ability, and then you can choose which way you want to go. Sometimes I will only read out of the book, especially if it's a new deck that I'm not particularly accustomed to yet. Sometimes I will only read intuitively, and sometimes I'll find that my intuitive reading kind of overlays what would be textbook definition, and it allows me to more easily and effectively tailor my readings in. And then once you've kind of gotten the hang of shuffling the cards, because I'll be honest, if you've never shuffled cards before, it can be a pain in the arse to find a way of doing it that is effective. So once you've gotten used to shuffling the cards, and once you've gotten used to doing single card draws and kind of trying to decipher the meaning of the imagery, so for instance, say the moon card, you've got the lobster at the bottom, you've got the two wolves, you've got the moon in the background, you've got the darker colours. What does that represent to you? You can pull out the things that you mean. You've then got the understanding of the book, and you're starting to develop skills that you can then apply to other aspects of your craft. You can then do multiple card readings. So if you've just been doing single card draws, you might want to then start doing 2 card draws. You read each card individually and then see how those 2 cards might be linked together. So say, for instance, I'm trying to pick 2 cards that I think could work easily for this situation. So say, for instance, you have, let's have a look, you have the 3 of Cups and you have the Ace of Pentacles. So these 2 cards are of different suits, slightly different meanings, obviously, because they're different suits and different cards. But you could read, say, the 3 of Cups as being all about kind of celebration and friendship and all of the happy, good times that you can have with other people in your life. And then you also have the Ace of Pentacles, which for me anyway is primarily a financial card. So it might be, if you are looking for new work at the moment, that you might find a real friendship in the people that you work with. Or it might be that you have the ability to spend more time with your friends and have more celebrations and enjoy company more because your finances are going to be in a better situation. You can figure out different ways that you can put the 2 cards together, and then you can then add in a 3rd card and see how that card lines in with the others. And you are essentially building a picture book almost, where one card will lead into another, which leads into another, which leads into another. And then you can do reversals, so you can have some cards that are upright and some cards that are upside down, and that's going to change the meaning of those cards. And so it's complicated. Like, it's it's a complicated thing, and I think that's why people get so overwhelmed with it, because they try to start with everything, and really you need to kind of get yourself back to the really simplistic style of it. If that is just going from a book, just go from the book for now. Add everything else in later. If you just want to do that intuitively, you can do it intuitively. Add everything else in later, you know? Start really simple and build up from there. What do we have here? How does the tarot work? Does one ask a question? Yeah, so typically you can ask a question. So if you want answers on a particular topic, you can ask about a specific topic. So say, for instance, you want to know how successful your spell is going to be. You might want to do that reading before you start doing spell work so that you can get an idea of what's going to come up in that spell. But you can also do just general readings. So this is where you would just do a reading for nothing in particular. So you aren't asking about love, you aren't asking about money, you aren't asking about someone else. You are just seeing what's going to come up in the coming days, hours sometimes. And then you'll get cards that are going to represent things in your life. You have the major arcana, which are often larger topics, or they might be specific people in your life that are significant. And then you have the minor arcana, which are usually the things that are relating to the major, or at least this is how I would read it. And so if you're doing just a general reading, I'd recommend writing down the outcome of that reading, because you're often not going to know what those cards directly relate to until it happens. So you might get a reading and you'll go, oh, I don't understand any of this. Like, what does the devil have to do with this? And like, I don't understand why the lovers are involved. And then all of a sudden you realize in like 3 weeks' time, when you look back through your diary and you're like, oh, that's what it is. I get it now. And so sometimes the cards will give you answers in a way that you don't know yet how to interpret it. So that's the other thing I'd recommend for beginners, is to write down what it is that you are actually doing a reading on, and write down what the reading resulted in. And that's a really good way of kind of getting started, is just like the simple, just one card. You don't need anything more, just one card every single day, just to kind of have an understanding. Watching Pick a Card Tarot was a good way for me to learn more about the meaning of the cards without looking them up all the time. That's actually really good. So there's loads of videos on YouTube that are like general tarot readings. So these could be on YouTube, they can be on Instagram, they can be on TikTok. There's so many different places. And essentially you'll be asked, which card do you feel most drawn to? And they'll show you each card, and then they'll either talk it through, or on the screen it'll have like information about that card. And that, yeah, as mentioned, could be really good if you are perhaps a more visual person and you want to learn with having everything on the screen in one go. You're not going to have to go to a separate book or anything like that. That can be a good way if you are struggling with doing it kind of in person. Okay, different topic. Let's have a look. Is spirit work dangerous? Okay, so this is one of those topics that I think is another polarizing one in the community, and it's probably because the answer is not one or the other. Like, there is a lot of what I would describe as sugarcoating, but other people would describe it as sanitizing of witchcraft and occult practices to make it more palatable, less scary, less intimidating. And it's one of those topics where people really want me to go, no, spirit work's not dangerous in the slightest. You will be just fine. And I cannot, in my heart of hearts, say that, because I know that that's not true. Now, I think it's really important for me to also say spirit work isn't inherently dangerous either. It isn't like it's either 100% safe or 100% dangerous. It is somewhere in the middle on this like sliding scale, and that sliding scale is going to depend on who it is that you are working with. So yeah, it's like making friends at a concert. Exactly. Like it's like working with anyone, is that you will meet some people that are absolutely horrible, and you will meet some people that are absolutely lovely. And they are also going to alter how they behave based off how you treat them. So if you come into a situation after you have forcefully summoned a spirit and you are treating them terribly and you are talking down to them and you're really insulting them, and then they are gonna react back at you, you can't then be offended that they reacted back at you because you've kind of started that situation. Whereas there are many situations with people who interact with spirits on a regular basis that have a really good rapport with spirits and work with them like they would work with ancestors or their own spirit guides or their own familiars. And they don't have any problem when it comes to spirit work. And so it's one of those where I'm never ever going to say spirit work is 100% safe, because it just isn't. It entirely depends on the style of practice, who you're working with, how you're working with them, why you're working with them. The best analogy that I can always give, and it's the one I've done from the very start of all of this, when working with deities and spirits, is if you were to walk up to someone in the street, be really harsh with them, maybe call them names, maybe be really mean to them, and then said, can you do me a favor, mate? They're gonna go, no. What are you talking about? And then they might even get aggressive with you in response. Whereas if you were to come up to your friend and say, hey, you know, I'm having a really hard time right now. Do you think you're able to help me out with this? I don't know what else to do. They're more likely to go, yeah, you know what? I actually have some free time. I'm going to do what I can to help you. And so it's about building a rapport with spirits, and it's about treating them with respect. And those are what I found to be the two distinguishing features of it. I found that the horror stories that I get from people tends to be from people where when you actually... So I get a lot of like Instagram DMs, I get a lot of emails, things like this. And you usually get a very, very vague initial message, which is like, you know, I don't know what to do, this spirit is just awful and I don't know how to get rid of it. And then when you actually ask them, like, what happened, what was the circumstances that this has all taken place in, like, what's going on, they'll turn around and they'll be like, oh yeah, we were just messing around and we had a few beers and we decided to summon the spirit just for fun and we weren't expecting anything to happen, and then my friend was like calling it all these names, and it's like, well, obviously this didn't go well. Like, obviously it's like inviting someone to a house party just to like verbally abuse them. They're not going to take it kindly. And so that's a really big factor. And sometimes it's about you can catch spirits on bad days as well. So like, you can catch spirits when they're just not having a great time, or they're stressed, or they just don't like people. Some spirits just straight up don't like people, and they are not going to treat you like a friend because they just straight up don't like people. And so sometimes you are going to find some spirits, exactly Tom, are just a-holes. Some of them are just not going to be nice, and it is unfortunately just par for the course of it. So there's obviously things that you can do to make spirit work safer. Like, I'm not going to say like it's potluck, because it's not entirely potluck what you're going to get. You can definitely do things that are going to make the environment that you're working in safer. So the first thing I'd recommend for making it just generally easier and safer is to do your research on what it is that you are aiming to achieve. So if you are planning on attracting spirits into that space, for instance, the fair folk, for instance, nature spirits, do your research on what it is that you can do to attract them, how to not insult them, how to work with them, and know those things in advance. Like, it's really useful to know the do's and don'ts beforehand, before you make those mistakes. Other people have made them long before you have, so it's worth kind of trying things out that people have had success with in the past. If you are, wow, my voice really went then. If you are planning on summoning or calling forward any kind of spirit, whether that is through offerings, whether that is through invocations, which I wouldn't recommend, or evocations, that's a little bit better. I would say you need to know how to protect yourself and how to send something away. Because what you don't want is to be stuck with a spirit that you don't want in your space. So as long as you have protections, you're respectful, and you understand how to remove or release spirits as required, you're not going to have that many problems. Most of the horror stories that I get from people are from people who have often jumped into spirit work way, way too soon. So they either wanted to prove that spirits were real, or they wanted to like show off to their friends, and they're doing it in a state that is not conducive to successful work. Now, of course, you can do spirit work in altered states of consciousness, but it is going to take some practice. And if you are just straight up bladdered, you're just absolutely drunk. That's not really the best way of going about doing it. And they are usually fairly inexperienced in removing spirits. And so you often have people who are like, you know, the spirit is now following me around, I can't get rid of it. And you ask like, well, how did you close up the working? Did you release the spirit from that space? Like, did you let them go? Did you say your goodbyes? And usually the answer is no. And so you can kind of fairly easily fix that issue by releasing that spirit, even if it's after the fact. Thank you so much, Trish and Mickey? I'm hoping it's Mickey. Thank you so much. And also thank you so much to James. I really appreciate it. Thank you. So let's have a look. Okay, so this is one where I don't have any necessary resources per se, but I do have just kind of general thoughts, and I'm sure that other people will have other ideas on this too, which is, I've been doing therapy for a couple of months now, and I'm curious if doing shadow work would aid the process. Do you think it might, and do you have any good resources on where to start? I actually think that you're probably in the best place to be doing shadow work, because you are in an environment where if you need that additional support, you do have it. So really, you're probably in a better situation than a lot of people who go into shadow work. I personally don't have any resources for it, so I'd love to know if anyone in the chat has any resources, any books on the matter for shadow work. I actually, did I mention that one was coming out in a previous video? Let me just double check this, because one of them might be coming out in the coming months. Let's have a look, see. So there's quite a few books that are already out on kind of shadow work. So we've got the Shadow Work Workbook. We also have the Shadow Work Experience. Like, obviously, I don't know how good these are, or the Shadow Work Journal. So there's a few kind of books out there that could be useful, but yeah, let me know if anyone has any additional resources. But yeah, I've always seen shadow work as being therapy without a therapist. And for some people, that isn't always the best idea, because it can definitely trigger things that are difficult to process. You know, if we have things that are very dark and that we've pushed down in our lives, re-triggering that without having a safe space to be working in can actually be really, really harmful. And so I understand that people are very much about doing shadow work, and I think it can be a really powerful thing. But I do think if you have a lot that you need to be processing, or even if you are not wanting to process that alone, then I do think doing it alongside a therapist is really a safe way of doing it. Because if you then have any problems, or if you're really struggling with the things that the shadow work is bringing up, you have someone there that can assist you with it. And I think that doing it the way that you're doing it is actually the most effective way to be doing shadow work. I think it's at the very least the safest way of doing it, so that you aren't going to be bringing up things that potentially could re-trigger, especially when we've got a lot of things in our past that we need to be dealing with. Oh, thank you so much, Ronka. Thank you so much. I'm glad it gets you through the day. I've heard a lot of people who clean and who like commute to work or clean or cook with it on in the background. And I get that. I listen to things like that all of the time. So I'm glad that people are enjoying it in that way. Oh yeah, when I say like work with a therapist, I don't necessarily mean like do shadow work with your therapist. What I mean is more if you are currently working with a therapist separately, then I think that if anything comes up in shadow work that you then begin to struggle with and struggle to process, you then have someone that is there that you can talk to and that might have other techniques that can help you process it. Because I think if you were to go to most therapists in this country, for instance, and you were to say shadow work, they'd be like, what? Whereas if you were to come to them and say, I've been working through these things that have happened in my past and I'm really struggling to process the emotions that it's coming up, they can then come in and say, okay, well, we can try this technique. We might be able to try like rapid eye movement therapy. We might be able to try this, perhaps, this technique could work. And you have that safe space where you can go, okay, I now feel like I can work on these things between my sessions because I know that if anything comes up, then I have someone that I can speak to, essentially is what I'm saying. Oh, okay. Let's get on to a spooky question. This is a Samhain live stream. And this is all about cleansing a space without kicking out house spirits. And how would you recommend I build a bond with house spirits? So there's definitely a way of cleansing without getting rid of the house spirits. And I find it's very much about giving them forewarning of what you're about to do. So generally speaking, when I cleanse, it is to disrupt the energy in that space. So I'm kind of, any energy that's settled. So I would say in this circumstance, think of energy like dust. So when you've got a lot of energy in that space, it's going to build up and it might be moving everywhere and it can feel quite chaotic. But if you've got an area that becomes stagnant, that energy begins to settle and it begins to feel kind of a bit stagnant and a bit stale, and you need to spice it up a little bit. You need to clear out the old to bring in the new. And so I would do a cleanse to kind of lift all of that energy up again. It's disrupted it so it's not attached to anything anymore. And then I would open doors and windows and allow it to flow out so then new energy can then come into that space. And when we're talking about spirits, you can use that disruption of energy as the optimum time to boot spirits that you don't want out. You can be like, okay, well, now you're out of this object, get out of my house, thank you. You can kind of use it to like shoo along spirits that have come in and have attached themselves into your space. If you've got spirits that you don't want to disturb, you can cleanse less, perhaps add more protections up to limit the amount of unwanted energies and spirits that come into that space so you don't have to cleanse as often. The other way, and the way that I typically do it, is I will let them know first. So I will tap on the wood. I have like a door frame archway. It's like it doesn't have a door in it. It's just an archway, and it's made of wood. And I will tap on that to say like, okay, I'm going to be doing a cleanse. If you don't want to be disrupted, go upstairs, and then I'll do it again when you can come back downstairs again. And the first time I was doing that, I was like verbally saying, okay, this is what I'm going to do, and this is my warning that I'm going to do it. And I was like telling them exactly what was going to happen and when it was going to happen, because I find over communication is far easier to deal with than under communication. But once you've kind of developed a rapport with the spirits, you might want to just tap on the wall, tap on the wood as the way of doing it to send them away and then bring them back again. To build up a connection with house spirits, it's very much about acknowledging them. So like every time you come in, say hi to them. When you wake up in the morning, say good morning. When you go to bed, say good night. It's about having that acknowledgement and that connection. And this could be to the spirit of the house. It could also be to house spirits that are within that space. And if you start building that rapport and you continually acknowledge their presence, you may find that they start appearing to you more and more frequently. So that way you can start experiencing them more. You might start experiencing them in different ways. But I find acknowledgement is really like the first step to successful interactions with them long term. Right, where am I? Is there a special dish or recipe that you include in your Samhain celebrations? So this year I've actually made soul cakes, which I have never done before. I just decided this year I really wanted to try because for Mabon, or was it Lammas? No, for Lammas I did bread. For Mabon I did blackberry and apple crumble. And so I kind of wanted to continue the theme of doing seasonal dishes or like seasonal food. And then I learned about soul cakes, and I've kind of briefly heard about them before, but I decided to really focus on them and kind of understand what they were. And I found some recipes. Some of them are really, really cool. So some recipes that I found are literally from Tudor England. So they found documentations of the recipe left behind in like song and rhyme, and then they adapted it into a working that you could do like it was done in Tudor England. I think that's really, really cool. I didn't choose that recipe though because it contained things that I did not have. I instead chose an adapted, more modern recipe, and you know what, it actually turned out really nice. Soul cakes are kind of a mix between a shortbread and a scone. They're that kind of like mix between the two. What do Americans call them? Biscuits. Yeah, biscuits. I don't understand that. But they are like a mix between a scone and a shortbread, and I thought that was a really interesting mix. See, I'm hoping to keep it going. I would love to continue doing like seasonal dishes because I do find that it's helping me to kind of more deeply connect with the season that I'm in. I think that would be really cool. Is it normal to feel more sensitive and nostalgic during Samhain? Yeah, I think it probably is. So, especially if we are talking kind of spirit and energy wise, it's definitely likely that you are going to be sensing more, you are going to be experiencing more. The energy is likely going to be quite high, and for some people that is great. For other people, it's a little much. It can feel kind of overwhelming, especially if they are in a place where that activity is already heightened. So if you are in an area that is very liminal, then that is going to heighten your experiences, and it could just be a bit too much. And that can manifest in lots of different ways. So that can be just generally feeling more sensitive in all areas of your life. Like you just feel a little bit more emotionally on edge. You just feel like you just want to curl up. You just want to curl up in a ball and not really do much. And I think that's pretty common at this time of year. And then nostalgia, especially when we're talking about ancestors and this kind of for some people it can be really kind and loving and nurturing, and for some people that can still be very raw depending on how long ago people have passed and your experiences with grief. Like it can be very, very raw for a lot of people. And so if you have had a lot of experiences with grief, that could then alter how you're going to be feeling around the Samhain season, because it definitely does kind of heighten and bring all of that up. So does that mean a Samhain cooking video will be in the works? I did film me making soul cakes. I have not yet edited it, and I'm a little bit concerned to be looking at that footage because it was utter chaos. It probably won't look like utter chaos in the actual video, but for instance, we used a hand mixer, like an electric hand mixer. We didn't realize it had more cable on it until afterwards. It's like this is not my electric mixer. This is my parents'. I've never used it before, and I thought I'd got to the end of the cable because it just wouldn't pull any more cable out. And I'm like, this is weird. It's got a really short cable, and it was only when we were cleaning it that we were like, oh, it was a clip. It was a clip, and I was so focused on getting everything right for filming it that I didn't notice that there was a clip that I could unclip and then more cable would come out. It's going to be a very chaotic video, I suspect. would you consider making videos making those recipes? What I might end up doing is like putting like the recipe that I used on the screen and then like linking it in. I think that could be interesting, because then everyone can try it. Because I'll be honest, I should have really done that in the crumble video, because that turned out so good. The recipe is on the screen for a while, but I might need to like do it separate so people can get it. I saw something about Bridget Jones there. I'm imagining the cooking scene from Bridget Jones where she's accidentally making blue soup. Yeah, I love that scene. That scene is great. Okay, I'm hoping everyone has seen Bridget Jones. If you haven't seen Bridget Jones, you are seriously missing out. But the short version of the entire scene is that she's been told by the recipe that she has to tie things together with like twine, like cord that is food safe. And she uses like blue cord that's been dyed blue. And so when she fishes everything out of the soup, the entirety of the soup has been dyed blue. And it is such a good scene. I love that so much. But yeah, that's pretty much what it's like. We started and my mum said, "Oh, you should apply to go on the Great British Bake Off." I'm like, "Mum, I can't bake. For the life of me, I can't bake." And by the time we got to the end, she went, "Yeah, probably best you don't apply for the Great British Bake Off." I'm like, yes. I thought that was known from the very start. I would be the comedy person. I would be the person that's put on to make everyone else look better. Because that's the situation that we are in, honestly, at this point. I'm there and I'm going, it says I've got to cream together sugar and butter. I don't know how to do that. And it's just me panicking in the corner attempting to make soul cakes. And I'm like, people in Tudor England were doing this with their eyes closed. And I'm over here trying to figure out how to use an electric whisk. Like, it's one of those. I'm not a baker. You'd think I'd be really good at it because I like following instructions really, really carefully. And like, if it tells me that I need to do this and this, then I'll do that and that. But the problem is that all recipe books kind of they assume you already have knowledge, and I have no knowledge. So they're like, cream together this and that. And I'm like, I don't know how do I do that? And then I spend like 20 minutes on YouTube trying to figure out how to cream together butter and sugar. It would be a very, very relatable bake-off, yeah. Honestly, I'd be like Joe Sugg passed out on the floor. That was so funny. I know it shouldn't be funny. Because, I mean, to be fair, he came out afterwards and he explained the situation that he was doing Strictly Come Dancing at the same time and he'd been training all morning and then came into a boiling hot tent with like no food, and he cut his finger and immediately he's like, "I don't feel so good," and then he just drops to the floor like a lead weight. That is going to go down in history as one of the funniest episodes of the Bake Off. The only one that beats it is a season, it must have been like 10 years ago now, something, where one of the contestants takes another contestant's ice cream out of the fridge. And there was like proper drama, like the internet went mad and everyone's like, she's done it on purpose. To be fair, I'm on the camp of she did it on purpose, because you know that everyone in that tent is having to put ice cream in the freezer. If you know that you have to put ice cream in the freezer, why would you take someone else's ice cream out of the freezer? I'm calling sabotage. It was like a whole drama. You'd be surprised if you've never watched The Great British Bake Off. There is a lot of drama in that show. It's really good. Anyway, let's go back to where we were before. So, how do I get better at sensing spirits and communicating with them? I often feel I have a lot of spirit-like energy around me, but I have a hard time tapping into it. So this is another one that is definitely like, it's about acknowledgement. So acknowledge that you can sense things around you, even if you don't necessarily know what they are. You might want to say hi to them. You might want to introduce yourself to them. And then you might want to ask them if they are willing to show their presence to you. And it doesn't have to be like a specific thing. I'd leave it fairly open-ended because not all spirits are going to be able to do it in a similar way. But if you were to ask them if they were able to gently show their presence to you, that could be knocking that you've never heard before. That could be a smell you've never smelt before. That could be corner of the eye phenomena. It could be sounds like whispering you've never heard before. It might be things coming through to you in dreams. And it gives you a way of identifying not only that the spirits are present, but also the best way for you to be sensing and communicating with them. Because unless you've already had an experience where you're like, oh, I saw a full body apparition, or oh, I can hear knocking, you're not necessarily going to know which style of spirit communication works best for you. Because for some people, it might be that they can smell spirits, they can smell their perfume, but they aren't necessarily able to see them. And then sometimes it's vice versa. And then once you've kind of got that acknowledgement, you can then ask questions, you can leave out offerings, just communicate with them. Lots of different ways of kind of building it up. But it very much needs to start by figuring out kind of how you interact with them, like how you are able to do it. Because for some people, they're going to find it happens really, really quickly and easily. For some people, it might take a lot longer. Okay. Can you speak on different binding spells, as all people seem to know these days are freezer spells, and I have to keep explaining that there are many more. Yeah, I mean, there's so many. There's so many different varieties, and I think that perhaps the problem that we have is that a lot of the varieties are the same but slightly different. So they're like an adjustment on a different style of working. And people will typically always stick to what is most prevalent on social media. And I think that there is is it a misconception? I suppose in some ways it could be accurate. But there's almost a misconception that because something is popular, that means it is the most effective way. And that isn't necessarily always the case. And I also think that people use freezer spells in a way that I am confused by. And I think it's just different people are taught how to carry out workings in a different way. So for me, freezer spells have always been very short-term, change-based workings. So for me, it would be you do the working, you put them in the bag, you put it in the freezer, and you let them chill. You let them freeze out for a couple of days to a couple of weeks. You take them out of the freezer, you allow it to defrost, and you see if anything has changed. And if it hasn't changed, I would then try it at least once more, put them back in the freezer again, let them sit with it, let them chill with it, let them be stuck with their own stuff going on inside their head, take it out, see if change has happened. If by the third time we are not seeing big enough progress, I would then progress onto something else. What I'm finding is that more and more people are using freezer spells as long-term solutions. And the problem with a freezer spell for a long-term solution is not always, but a lot of the time when you take them out of the freezer because, I don't know, it's been a year and you need space in your freezer, as soon as that working defrosts, all of the bad stuff that you were trying to get rid of in the first place thaws out again and it starts happening. And then people will often be really confused and they'll say like, I did a freezer spell on them and then a year later it just all started coming back again. And usually it correlates to the fact that they decided to take the freezer spell out of the freezer because they didn't need it anymore. And then all of a sudden it comes back again because you're just defrosting all of the energy that you've all the energy that you've been containing in that working is now just allowed to be free again. And so for me, I've always seen, and my way is not the be-all end-all, it is not the only way in any way, shape or form, but I've always seen a freezer spell as being a stepping stone to a different working. So it can be really successful in and of itself, but if you're finding that that working is not effective enough, keeping them in a freezer forever is not going to be useful. And I've only just checked the chat to realize I'm not talking about putting like an actual person in the freezer. I mean just like the working that represents the person. You then kind of it all comes back again when you take them out again, because it isn't actually a long-term solution if they aren't making progress, if they aren't actually changing. And then it's about moving on to a different style of practice. When it comes to binding workings, it can then be so many different things. I mean, I will often do it with a photograph, just because I find that to be the least space using method for me. I really like using the paper, and then I will also add it onto my Ceridwen altar as like an extra like boost to what it is that I'm doing. So I will often use paper for it with a photograph on it. You can use poppets, you can use candles, you can use clay figures. I mean, you can use all sorts. People go absolutely so elaborate with it sometimes. You have people using skulls with candles coming out of skulls, or the skull itself is a candle, or you have like 12 different candles with a skull in the middle, or you have a poppet in the middle with a candle being burned on top of that poppet, and so many different figures that you can use to represent the person. I tend to just stick with the really classic photograph, black thread, lots of anger. That isn't necessarily going to be everyone's cup of tea though. Some people much prefer doing workings where they like are not angry or frustrated or emotional in any way, shape or form, and they will do a working when they are completely level-headed, and they might use loads of ingredients to kind of add that energy in. For me, I tend to go really simple and really angry. Because if I'm doing a binding working or a working like this, I'm not doing it just on a whim. You know, by this point, it is like, I am so frustrated and I've tried everything else in this situation, and this is the only way that I can be dealing with it because I've tried everything else. And by that point, emotions are high, and so I will use that in that working. And that's not going to be for everyone. Some people are really against high energy, highly emotional workings. I think they're really, really powerful, and that applies to all of them. So like, I think if you're really, really happy, that's a great energy to be working with, just as if you're really, really angry, that can be great, just in like different circumstances. But yeah, people have a tendency to go with what is common, and I think it does come back on the misconception that because something is really popular, that means it must therefore be better than other methods, when I think what really happens when it comes to like freezer type spells is it's a very tangible, tactile thing. It's a very visual thing that does really well on social media, and a lot of people can get behind the symbolism and the imagery of it. It's also really cheap to do, and so I think that's probably why it becomes like a more popular technique than some of the others. Okay, do you have any simple Samhain rituals or spells for beginners? Any suggestions? So I will open this up to anyone else as well if you have any suggestions. I think ultimately it depends on what it is that you're looking for. If we're talking like the simplest of simple things that you can be doing at Samhain, then for me it is a simple candle as a guiding light for spirits. And that candle, perhaps instead of being a guiding light to spirits, could be used as a focal point for something that you want to manifest. So it could simply be a white tea light candle, just like this one. You can use it like this. Maybe you want to write some intentions on the top of it. You might want to dress it with an oil if you have one that's applicable, and then have that burning while you think and focus on your intention. Like, I think it's a really easy way of practicing your energy work, of focusing in and getting the visualization right. Especially if you are new to the practice, it's a good way of kind of getting those techniques down while still actively practicing. If you want to work with ancestors, you can use that candle as an honor for your ancestors. So you could light it while thinking about your experiences with your ancestors, maybe to photographs. You might want to be using it as a focal point for meditation, so you can really focus in, or maybe even do some fire scrying with a tea light candle to kind of gain information and perhaps connect with your own subconscious and your guides and ancestors and things like that. You can do a Dom Supper, So it's leaving a portion of food out or setting the table for ancestors who can't be physically present, but they can be spiritually present. You can just do tarot readings, divination of some kind at this time of year. I mean, there's so many options. You might want to be doing protection workings around the Samhain season. It is the last of the harvest festivals, so you might want to be doing something for prosperity and for abundance and those kind of things. It's all, there's so many options that I think it's about figuring out the aspects that you want to be working with. I mean, you could just go for a walking meditation if you wanted to, if connecting with nature and the natural world is what you're after. Like there's a lot of variety, and I think that there's no kind of one size fits all for every beginner, because it depends. Like some people are going to be more drawn to tea light candles and working with candles, and some people are going to be more drawn to working with spirits and working with plants. So it's about finding something simple that you can do that fits in with the interests that you have. Okay. Oh, that does sound about right, actually. Hi, Hearth. I believe I've experienced a spirit manifestation. It was a whitish glowing orb, and it seemed to be just as shocked as I was when I saw it. Then it disappeared. Yeah, this is definitely something that it's... How do I best describe this? The people that are more sensitive to visual spirit encounters often see, like, whether they be like glowing orbs or whether it be like mist. Mist is another really common one that a lot of people see. I know that I do. More than orbs, I don't commonly see orbs. I more often see like misty forms. So this can be white mist, but more commonly for me, it's like a charcoal grey, smoke grey kind of a mist. And it will come into the space and then it will just kind of disappear again. And sometimes it will follow like a path. So it's almost like a spirit is moving, and it's probably the only way that they are able to manifest is in this misty form, or perhaps I'm just seeing like a partial apparition, because I've seen full-bodied apparitions, but they're far less common than these like misty forms. And I've seen so many people talking about mists, and I think it's a pretty common way of seeing them. And so sometimes you can gauge like the height of a spirit. Like, where was I recently? We went to Speak Hall. Yeah, Speak Hall. And for me, I often see either shadows or I will see mist. And I just remember seeing, we were in this one particular room. If anyone's ever been to Speak Hall, it's absolutely incredible. It's a Tudor manor. And it has a monk, not a monk, maybe a monk. What were they called? They were used to hide religious teachers when they were Catholic and they weren't allowed to be Catholic because England was Protestant. They would have these spaces where they were private, and when people came round to check that you weren't actually Catholic and you were actually Protestant, they would like hide them in these like attic-y spaces. At the very bottom of the stairs, I thought someone else had moved, but no one had moved. And it was this small, shadowy, misty figure just crossed in front of the fireplace and then disappeared. And that's the kind of spirit encounter that I will get a lot. Sometimes they're like really, really big. Sometimes the mist can like priest hole. That's the word that I'm after, not monk. Completely wrong religious figure there. Priest holes, yeah. They have like this set of stairs. It's a ladder that would be pulled up when someone was in the priest hole. And at the very bottom of those stairs and across the fireplace, I just see this little, probably about that big, little misty, shadowy figure just walking across and then disappeared. And that's typically how things manifest for me. They might be very big. They can fill an entire room. So you might find that a room will suddenly go like misty, like foggy, or you'll be walking. And sometimes this has natural causes. So for instance, if it's quite still and the air is very, very, especially if it's cold, if you're by a body of water, you'll get a lot of mist that will just like appear and disappear randomly. And especially if you're up north, you'll often find that, I think it's called the fret, it will just come in off the sea and it just fills the entire landscape with fog, and then it'll disappear just as quickly. It's the most magical thing. But if you aren't experiencing anything natural and you're finding that you're going through a space and all of a sudden it goes like really misty for a minute and then it just disappears, it may well be that you've had a spirit that's kind of passing through. So yeah, it's strange how that one works. I think a lot of people will often discount it as being corner of the eye phenomena, you know, oh, I'm just seeing things, I didn't get a good look at it, so it's not real. But I think a lot more people experience it, but they don't let themselves consider the potential. And of course, there's definitely natural and more mundane causes for these things, and we've got to make sure to try and rule those out where we can. But I think a lot more people than they will admit probably have experienced something similar. Ooh, are there any oracle or tarot decks that you like to work with in the spooky season? I know everyone vibes differently with different decks, but are there any specifically to get you in the spooky mood? I'll be honest, I'm very boring. I stick to the same decks usually. So I will occasionally add in like a new deck. It'll like either pop into my collection because I'm like, oh, that looks really good, I'll try it. Or it'll come into circulation like long term. I stick to 3 main decks. So I have the Rider-Waite-Smith, the Forest of Enchantment, and the Wild Unknown Mini. And I will use them for different things. So the Rider-Waite-Smith I use for my own readings, the Wild Unknown Mini and the Tarot, like the Forest of Enchantment Tarot, I will use for readings for other people. So typically I'll stick to those 3 decks all year round. I have one deck in my collection though, which is called the Halloween Oracle. That's what I want to call it. I'm not sure if that's right. Yeah, the Halloween Oracle. I do have that deck in my collection that I will use occasionally. Primarily, I will pull it out to represent things during the Samhain season. And I will be honest, there's one problem I have with that deck, and that is that almost every single card in the deck is a skull. So, like, there are other cards in the deck. So there's, like, Hearth, there's, like, Jack-o'-lantern, there's Black Cat, there's Witch, there's Mummy, you know, there's these things. And then all of a sudden there'll be like 15 skull cards. And so I find them kind of tricky to read. I don't find them to be particularly useful in my own practice, but I think that they are really good visuals for meditations, for focal points, for Samhain altars and that kind of thing. You have a haunted deck too, right? Or did you get rid of that? Yeah, I do, definitely. Still have that. I'm not getting rid of that anytime soon. That's one of my favorites, but I do find that I end up not using it very much at the moment because he's very mercurial. I don't think he particularly likes me describing him as such. He's very mercurial, tends to work very strongly on whims, and that's not a bad thing. It's more that if you catch him on a bad day, you're going to get a bad reading. And if you catch him on a good day, you might get the best reading you've ever had in your entire life. But it's that problem of you never know which side of him you are going to get. And so for me, if I'm going to be taking 2 hours out of my day to do a really big comprehensive reading, as I often do, I need something that is generally more consistent. So I have 2 decks that would be considered spirited. One is the fairy deck, but the primary one that has a spirit attachment is the Magick manga deck. That's the one that primarily is the spirited deck for me. And the Wild Unknown is really, really good. I've just found for me, the Wild Unknown has never done very good readings for me. It was always incredible at doing readings for other people, but I would find that it would never do particularly good readings for me. So I have one deck that I use for very specific people in my life. So if I need to do a reading for, say, 1 or 2 people in my life, I will use the Forest of Enchantment Tarot. If I'm doing a reading for anyone else, it will be the Wild Unknown, because hands down, that is the most universally useful deck for me for reading other people. If I try to use that deck on myself, I'm getting all manner of nonsense. It's like, no, not for you, not for you, not for you, not for you. And then it'll turn out that that reading has actually been for someone completely different in my life, because the deck just doesn't want to do anything with me. It just doesn't really like doing readings for me. If I use the Rider-Waite, sometimes I haven't even asked the question yet and cards are just like popping out. And that deck has absolutely no... It does not hold back. It will be like, you need to hear this and we don't care that it's going to hurt. And so sometimes I don't read for myself because I struggle with that a little bit sometimes. Sometimes it's a little bit too brutal. I'm like, could you not just like sugarcoat it just a smidge? Like, I'm having a bad day. Can you just make it just not quite so disastrous? I don't need like death and the tower and every single reversal under the sun in one reading. Right. Da, 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 da. Ooh, okay, this is a topic that I will straight out say I know absolutely nothing about. But if anyone is watching this on the playback for it on YouTube, if anyone is watching this live, do let me know. I don't know if you've read anything about Asian magic, and I want to say yokais, but I'm not certain that is the correct pronunciation. Do you or anyone else know the best placement for statues? So I'm going to put that out if anyone would like to answer that. I actually have not done any research on the topic because I find that books don't really have a great deal of information on topics like this. I've noticed that occult books primarily focus on Western occultism. And I mean, understandably so. I think it is the largest market for purchasing said products. But also, if no one has any other opportunity to buy anything else, then a lot of people feel like they can't practice anything else if it relates to their heritage and their ancestry. Yeah, I wish more books would come out on different subjects. I have not seen any, and I haven't done any research on the topic though, so I'm sorry. Best places to... Oh yeah, it just says best places for statues. So yeah, buy, I guess, is what it was actually meant here, is buy statues. What have we got here? Okay, so this is a topic that I think is... it's one of those where it's not that simple. So, hey, I'm a new witch, and I know that black magic can... Where's the question? I've lost it. Where is it? Here we go. I know that black magic really can harm a practitioner. Can you suggest me some books for beginners? So, okay, I think there's a lot to unpack in this one thing. So let's kind of start on black magic, white magic. It's not that simple. And I know that a lot of people kind of want it to be super simple and have it be like in nice little neat boxes. The one thing I've come to learn about witchcraft is it is not neat. It's very nuanced, it's very tricky, there's lots and lots of grey areas going on, and the way that you perceive a working is going to alter which category you would put it in. So you can have one working from two people's perspectives, and they are going to have a completely different opinion on whether that working is white magic or black magic. And then obviously there's loads of problems with the terminology, so I'm just going to use positive and negative. You can use like baneful as a term for like negative magic. There's lots of options. But every working has the potential to be somewhere on the sliding scale of opinions, because ultimately energy is energy. Energy can be used to power an electric chair. Energy can be used to power life-saving equipment. It is how you use that energy that changes the outcome of that working. And then depending on where you're standing will depend on how that outcome will impact you and whether that will appear positive or negative in your eyes. So just as an example, I use this one a lot. If you are doing a spell to help you with success on a job interview, for you, you don't see anything wrong with that working. because you are wanting to improve your circumstances for a job interview. That doesn't directly impact anyone else. That's no one else's problem. That's got to be positive, right? But the problem with that is by you doing that spell to assist you in a job interview, it might mean that someone else that was more qualified for that job now doesn't have a job. And then you've now impacted them, their family, their children, their pets, their mortgage, their life, their friends, their family. And it's like a ripple effect, right? So from your side, that spell was entirely positive. But if that other person was to know that you had done a spell that got them not to have that job, like they didn't get it because of you, they perceive that working as being very negative by comparison. And also, you can have the same type of working that has like different extremes to it. So let's try and think of a working which would be... I mean, a love spell is a great one because love spells, people have really extreme reactions to them. If you say love spell, that can mean anything from... a love spell that you're carrying out with your romantic partner who is also a practitioner, and you're doing it to magnify the love in that relationship. Love spells can be so that you can magnify the love that you feel for yourself. It can be self-love. It can be platonic love. It can be familial love. You can be doing a love working within a coven that is designed to improve the connection between all of the individual members. But you can also do love spells that are very dominating in nature, that are designed to target an individual person. And so love spell is often categorized as baneful or negative magic, and yet there is such a wide, diverse array of workings that can be included under that kind of umbrella. And yeah, as mentioned, like a return to sender spell is a working that is designed to kind of ricochet magic that was cast upon you back to the person who sent it towards you. Now, technically, if that working was initially sent maliciously, all you are doing is returning it back to them again. But from their perspective, that return to sender spell is going to come across as black magic, as negative magic, because it is a harmful working that is designed to actively target a person. To them, it doesn't matter that they sent it first, you still sent it back at them. So it's one of those things where it's entirely dependent on culture and tradition, because there are many magical systems from traditions, religions, belief systems that are perhaps seen negatively by Western practitioners, primarily those of Wiccan background, but are very culturally significant. And so when they are within the culture that they are a part of, they are seen differently as they are by people outside of that culture and tradition. I think that's important to bear in mind. And context also really matters. And this is what I mean when I say that witchcraft is so nuanced. The slight change in a working can completely change the outcome. So, for instance, back to that working about the job interview. So you could do a spell that is designed to give you more confidence in your job interview, so you feel more relaxed and like you are more easily going to be able to answer the questions that the interviewer is asking you. That is a job interview spell, specifically designed for that purpose. An alternative job interview spell would be to learn from someone who already works in that company the names of the people that are also going in for that job, and you are directly targeting them with spell work to make them fail that interview. They're both job interview spells, but they're very opposite ends of the spectrum. And so, I know I'm going off on a tangent here, and that was very long-winded, but I feel like this is something that is often completely glossed over in beginner witchcraft books. It's very, do no harm, very positive. This is the way things are done, and everything is tied up neatly in a nice bow, and it isn't necessarily that simple. When it comes to the kind of things that I would recommend, like books for beginners, I would personally completely steer clear of any kind of spell book. And I don't even care if it says White Magic spellbook on the front of it. I don't care. I personally, for beginners, would recommend staying clear of all kinds of spell books and spells in general until you've got kind of an understanding of these like foundational practices. So your energy work, your energy sensing, centering, grounding, visualization techniques, meditations, the things that are going to give you a solid foundation that you can then build your practice on top of. I know a lot of people really want to jump into spells because it's really exciting or because they really want to achieve something. But a little bit like me with baking, if I decided I wanted a wedding cake and I was going to make a wedding cake, I could try, and sure, I might get something that looks kind of like a wedding cake and it would maybe probably do the job, but would I have done far better if I'd have understood the basic principles of baking? Yes. So having that like foundation is really important. So I would always recommend some kind of mind calming. This could be classical meditation, where we are kind of sitting and allowing our thoughts to pass us by. It can be guided meditation, walking meditations. It can be repetitive movement, so something like a walking labyrinth, you can get them stones with like a labyrinth and you trace it and you allow yourself to zone out while you're doing it. Some people will do it with like a necklace or beads that they can pass through, allowing them to focus on something while they're sitting, so they're not being distracted by kind of thoughts that are coming and going. So some kind of mind calming or meditation is really useful. You can also use journaling to help with this as well. Some form of visualization. I know some people have aphantasia. I think also a lot of people are confused as to what visualization is. That's not discrediting people who genuinely have aphantasia, but I think it's important to bear in mind that visualization is not, I can see what I'm visualizing as though it is my hand. It isn't like when we go into visualization, it's important to not think that something is going to look physical. So I can visualize a tea light in my mind's eye. I can see it right now, but I'm not seeing it. It isn't like I'm looking at this tea light right in front of me. It doesn't look like this. It's not physical. It's like daydreaming. That's what visualization is. And so if you can daydream, you want to build that skill up a little bit. Get it so that you can visualize effectively what it is that you want to manifest. That can be incredibly useful. If you do have aphantasia and you cannot visualize no matter how hard you try, it's about trying to find an alternative technique. So this could be drawing what it is that you want to manifest. It might be writing a short story or a brief paragraph. It could be verbally describing what it is that you want to manifest and the goals that you want to achieve. Practice different techniques to see what works best for you. And then it's really good to get a grip on energy work. So centering, grounding, energy sensing, energy manipulation is going to massively help. Because then when it comes to doing, really any kind of working, when it comes to doing anything in witchcraft that's going to involve that energy, it's going to give you an understanding of how to do it. So that when you get to the spell books, you are going to be able to effectively work with your energy and you're going to have far better results in the end. I do have a full video on my recommendations for beginner books, and they vary from books on traditional witchcraft to very classical books for beginner witchcraft in general. So they vary from modern books to traditional witchcraft to folk magic. There's lots of options in that video, but yeah, start from the ground up is probably my best advice. Okay, let's have a look. Are there any particular books on witchcraft you would tell people to stay away from? Yes. I was going to say quite a few, but there's a few that I've read where I'm like, oh damn, yeah, don't touch that with a barge pole. Like, do not even bother. And there are some authors that I will actively, very strongly stay away from. And I never like saying particularly much because I'm always concerned about about people coming for me and disliking it. But there is an author that was particularly prevalent in the mid to late 90s who wrote many, many, many books on witchcraft that were used by many, many, many beginners that have now had to relearn a whole bunch of stuff. And there was a lot of problematic things in those books. And so while they're still popular today, it might be a metallic broom of some kind. Just throwing that out there. If you know, you know, and if you don't, probably for the best. But yeah, those I typically recommend people to steer clear of because of the content's there's better out there, and some of it is questionable at best. Lots of only this kind of person can practice witchcraft and you're not allowed to practice witchcraft, and yes, let's do this, it's perfectly fine even though we've not got consent from anyone involved. Those kind of things. And also there are the witch. I will say this one because a lot of people do agree with me on this one. Witch is one of those things where it's a lot. It's a lot, and that's not necessarily a good thing. It's very limiting in its language is very, very isolating for a lot of people, and I don't particularly like it very much. And it's not also about witchcraft. So witch is not about, it's not about witchcraft. It's about this thick. I read the entire thing and regretted it instantly. And then there are other books that I have read where there's one that I think I can say this one fairly easily because it's not like, I don't dislike the author, I just think it was very purchase baity. Books on like hexing and cursing and stuff. I got one that I just got because I was curious about it. And I got it, I think it's called like Hex Your Ex or something. And I was curious because it was a really popular book at the time. And having read the book, the author spends like half the book just complaining that curses and hexes is wrong. And I'm like, but if you're going to complain about cursing and hexing being wrong and it being against your moral code, then why did you title your books How to Hex Your Ex? That doesn't make any sense. Make that make sense. Because what was wanted, I suspect, was they wanted the audience to spend money on a book that was not what it was advertised as. And that's one of the most annoying things for me. Are you familiar with Barbara Michael John Free? I am. Yes. I've met her at quite a few events now. Yes. I personally would not necessarily choose the books over others. That's not to say that they are bad. That just means that they're not particularly for me. And that applies to every book that I read. Like there are some books that I'm sure people absolutely adore and I just can't get through them. They're on my like did not finish pile. And then there are other books that I absolutely love and I just know people are like, why do you like this one over this one? And it's just such a personal thing. But yeah, I think it's not so much a problem if you have more experience in a topic. I think the only time that bad books are a real problem is if it is like the first couple of books that you read. Like now I could read some of the books that I really don't like and I can look at them and I can go, okay, well, I don't necessarily like the wording of that and I would definitely change that, and like I would personally do this differently, but I understand that different practitioners have different ways of doing it. But when you are a beginner, like a very, very new beginner, and you pick up a book that is very contradictory, sometimes very confusing, sometimes quite hazardous, you don't have that understanding of, okay, that's actually really not the best way of doing that, and actually that can be really, really dangerous. As a beginner, you have no way of gauging that because it's all you've got to go off. And so I think over the years, especially with a certain metallic broomstick, I have met a lot of people who have had problems reading other books later on because the only books that they read were by this one author. And I think that's also the really important thing to consider. I think you should never ever gain all of your information from one author. I might love Gemma Gary's work, but I'm not going to solely read Gemma Gary's work because she is one practitioner and that's it. That's her practice, her style, that's all it is. And I think it's very, very easy to find a book that you really like and you find an author that you really like and you only read their books. But by doing that, you're then also picking up all of their bad habits. And it's definitely one of those things where it's not necessarily a terrible, horrific book. I just think it could be detrimental if you are reading it as like your first book on the subject. And yeah, avoid Mary Silver. Now that one I will openly say, because I'm pretty certain at this point everyone is aware that her books are created via AI. No one, and I mean no one, is able to publish 50 books in 6 months. It's just not physically possible. And yeah, I think at this point a lot of people are aware, but sadly she still ends up at the top of like Amazon bestseller lists. And it's just so frustrating, because the information has just been taken from other sources. It's just been taken from people on the internet or other books that have been published. And yeah, any AI generated book I would steer well clear of. Easy way of recognizing a decent book from a not decent book is that the author is going to be known within the community. If no one in the community has heard of an author and they have a name that's like, I'm just going to pluck a name out of thin air, okay? If it actually belongs to an author that's real, I'm really sorry. I'm not saying that the author is bad. I'm just plucking a name out of thin air. But if you see someone who has a name that's like Harmony Ravenwolf, well, that's two people who are very prevalent within the witchcraft community that are often Googled, and their name has just been smushed together to become an author that doesn't exist. Like, they're usually ghost written. If they're not ghost written, they're usually AI generated. The author should typically have it doesn't necessarily have to be it doesn't have to be a following. They don't have to be like a social media person, but they should be known to people in the community. Like, if I were to walk up to someone and go, hey, have you heard of Nigel Pearson? They might go, oh yeah, I've heard of Nigel Pearson, I like his work. Whereas if I were to go up to someone at events and I were to go, oh, have you ever met Mary Silver? They'll be like, who? Yeah, I've never heard of that person in my entire life. And that they've never been on any of the circuits, no one has ever seen them, spoken to them, heard them. They basically don't exist in the community. That's a pretty surefire sign that that person doesn't actually exist in the community. Because most authors, someone will have had an encounter with them. I mean, a good example would be Mara Starling. She does a lot of talks at events like Witchfest and like big conventions. And so people, even if you've not read a single word of her work, may well have seen her name on a list of speakers that are going to be at an event, or they might have seen her picture at a show. And like, you're going to know that that person is present in the community, and that's usually a really bad sign if they aren't in that. Ooh, really rubs you the wrong way. There's definitely some authors out there that I don't like their style of writing, and I don't like the way that they come across, and that's often a very personal thing. I will say that I have Scottish Witchcraft by said author, and it has been on my did not finish pile for about the last 4 years. I will eventually get round to finishing it, but I personally am not such a fan of the style of it. I'm not much for it, whereas there are other authors where people go, how can you read that? I hated reading that book. And I'm like, I don't know, the style just really vibed with me. And that's why I think I always have to clarify. Like, people get annoyed at all of the disclaimers, but I feel like I need to, that if I don't like an author or I don't like a book, that doesn't mean that the author is bad or that the book is awful. It's more that I, as an individual, didn't enjoy that book and I didn't vibe with that content. It doesn't mean that you won't like them. I think it's just important to do research. Oh, no, see, I'm really scared of that is. Like, I'm really... It's one of the things that has been stopping me from finishing it, is I am so scared of people actually reading it. If I could just keep it in this perfect little bubble where no one but me gets to read it, I would be very happy with that. It felt like Gilderoy Lockhart wrote it. Oh, I might have to continue reading it just to kind of see if I get the same vibe. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, this year I've been slowly working through my to be read pile, but also the books that I've already read, because I'm finding it difficult to I'm finding it difficult to remember some of the books that I read, like 2007, 2008. I'm finding it kind of hard to remember how good the books actually were, because obviously, like, I am basing how good a book is on my experience at the time of reading it. And so there are books at the very start of my practice that I would absolutely love, and I would go back to again and again and again and again. And now if I were to read them for the first time, I'd go, why did I like this so much? So my to be read pile is now massive because it includes every book that I've already read. I've basically made my life like 1,000 times harder. But yeah. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Relic of Ages. Thank you so much. That means so much to me. I see your name all of the time, and just, yeah. Thank you. I really, really appreciate it. Just the continued support. I'd love to have a one-on-one conversation with you about it when you finish it. I would probably have a few. I don't want to be mean, because I'm not. I try to be like a very not mean kind of person. I don't like saying that I don't like something, but there were some things in the book at the very, very start where I'm sitting there, I'm going, I could bet you £100 that didn't happen. You know, okay, right, the best way I can describe it is, you know those stories where it's like, and then everyone clapped, and you're like, yeah, that didn't happen. Or like, oh yeah, and then my kid said this very profound philosophical thing, and everyone on Facebook is like, yeah, your kid didn't say that. Your kid is 3. Like, your kid did not just quote some philosopher from 500 years ago. That's what I felt like some of the book felt like. That doesn't necessarily mean it's not true, but some of the book very much felt like, I was reading it and I'm like, I'm pretty certain that was illegal by the time you were in school. I don't think that was allowed when you were in school. So how did that happen to you? I don't think that's real. And by the end of it, I was like, I can't. Put it down, I'll pick it up at a later date, and then I never did. So I'll have to go back to it again. And that happens to so many books with me, like not even just books that I don't like. Sometimes books are just too dense and I end up just never finishing it. But there are places where you can early release your book to a limited number of people to read and give feedback. That's actually probably a really good idea. I have been putting off progressing with it for a very long time. Like, it's nowhere near being done because it's me and I bite off more than I can chew, and I start going down a rabbit hole. And yeah, what I mean though more, I don't know if you've read the book or not, but there's a section at the front of the book where it is like the people involved would be fired and like sent to prison and like tried. And I'm just reading it and I'm like, I don't think people would have actively been doing that because they're risking their job and their livelihoods, and it had been illegal for like 30 years at this point. And I'm not sure. I'm not saying anything didn't happen. I'm just saying that some of it, you're reading it and you're like, I don't know. It's like the one of my biggest gripes with some books is when the author seems to spend like 50% of the book trying to convince you that they are like incredible figure in like the community. I had this one recently. I was rereading one of the Pagan Portals books, and when you bear in mind the Pagan Portal books are like this thin, they're tiny, and like the entire like first introduction of the book was just like, and this is the coven I was in, and these were the people that I trained under, and this is a course that I took, and then I took another course, 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 and I'm sitting there and I'm like, am I reading your CV? Like, the author listed out like 15 courses that they'd taken with like the names of the course, and then gave like all of the people that they trained under, and I'm like, I didn't need to know that. Like, I did not need to know that. That just seems like a completely unnecessary addition to all of this. Like, I was quite happy just saying, this is your practice, I'm gonna hear about your practice. I didn't need all of that. And I think that sometimes kind of taints the reading experience for me when it feels more like I'm reading someone's like thesis or like a job interview, just on paper. It's just a lot. Like, I didn't need to know that you trained under these two people. Like, I just didn't. And the fact that you're trying so hard to convince me is making me feel like I shouldn't trust you. If anything, it almost does the opposite of what they intend it to do. It kind of makes me feel like they're trying to convince me that they know what they're talking about, whereas in reality, I don't care if their practice is not going to vibe with mine. You know, like, I don't care if your style ends up not being mine. I just want to hear your perspective. And sometimes I think that gets lost in the mix of it all. Anyway, I'm going to go back to the questions again. Let's have a look what we have here. Oh, okay, so this one is all about protection. So I've had something come into my dreams causing me to feel terrified. I've seen a shadow head on the wall, most recently a goblin-like face watching me. What could be going on and how can I protect myself? Okay, so I have questions. And you don't need to answer the questions. You might not even still be on at this point, because the questions, obviously, I'm always so far behind because I'm trying to do them chronologically. Firstly are they, and these are things that we should always consider when we're having experiences like this, I think, just because it helps to rule out what's going on. Are the dreams that are being had different, or are they the same? Because if all of the dreams are different and all of the characters in them are different, the people are different, the situation is different, and they are just different nightmares that are happening again and again and again, then it could be a case of there are stresses in your life that are triggering nightmares. I think it's always important to rule out the mundane. So if you're getting like different nightmares, likely to not be anything necessarily to worry too strongly about. Now, that doesn't mean that there might not be something going on, but I wouldn't worry as strongly as if there's other things going on. If you're having the same dream, or if within that dream, even if the dream itself is different, you are getting the same person, figure, character, creature appearing in it again and again and again, then you might want to be thinking that there's something more going on here. So obviously, if we are particularly stressed about our boss, we might be finding that our boss is coming through in all of our dreams and they're literally haunting us day and night. But if we're talking about like a dark shadowy shape that always appears, or a creature that's always present, or a person that's always saying to you like, run, leave, move, you know, there's wording that's being repeated again and again, or a figure that's always present in all of your dreams, that may well be that there is a spirit either attached or in your space. And that doesn't have to be super bad, but it could be that there's something going on with spirit attachment or spirits/ghosts being in your environment. It could be that someone has a message that they're trying to get through to you, and it's manifesting in this kind of form. That could be guides, could be angels if you work with them, spirits, all of that. Now, what I'm curious about is, have you ever experienced sleep paralysis? Because, as always, I try to rule out the mundane before the magical. Often, if we experience sleep paralysis, it involves nightmares beforehand, and then it's like your waking and your sleeping life have kind of collided together, and it's like you are half awake, but you're also half asleep. And so things that were in your dreams are visually in your world around you, but it doesn't necessarily mean that they're actually there. And I say this because it might help to sleep in a different position if this is the case. Often sleep paralysis happens if you're lying on your back. You're more likely to experience, or people have described they are more likely to have sleep paralysis sleeping on their back than if they were to, say, be sleeping on their side. And sleep paralysis is also mixed with paralysis. So it's kind of a temporary, it could be a few seconds, it could be a few minutes, where you are kind of mentally half in, half out of sleep, but your body is still asleep, so you can't move, and that can be a really horrible feeling, like you're being held down. That's something else to take into consideration. Yeah, it's not fun. Like, it's really not fun, and it's a very terrifying experience. It brings out very, very visceral emotions. And so I think that's something that could be good to consider as well, that perhaps sleeping in a different position might stop these experiences. And if it does, then it may well be sleep paralysis. If it is a spirit in your space, then it may well be that you can figure it out by divination. You might notice things, so smells that you aren't expecting, creaking, knocking, tapping, whispers, footsteps that should not be there. I've even had it where the bed will sink as though someone is sitting on the bed next to me. Like, you can visibly see it sink, and you can hear it sink, and if you're in the bed as well, you can feel it sink because you'll go with it. Any pets will usually be looking at things and reacting to something that isn't there. That can be a good sign as well. You might then want to request that they leave, just a verbal request that they leave firmly. Do that first ask. You then might want to cleanse your space. If you don't necessarily want to do that right now, you can put protections on yourself. So personal protections can be really good. These could be sigils for protection that are charged. This might be having protection herbs under your pillow. This might be protection jewelry, things like that. But I do think it's important to consider that if the spirit is attached to you rather than just in your space, protecting isn't necessarily going to help. Because if they're already attached and you are doing a protection, you're not stopping anything from interacting with you because you've just put a bubble around everything. So if you're going to do personal protections, I'd recommend at least doing a cleansing first, and also checking that you aren't experiencing any other signs of a spirit attachment. So this would be the bad dreams. It would also be bad smells that are kind of lingering that have no cause. It might be irritability, frustration, sleeplessness, changes in personality, all of these things. But if you are experiencing those things as well, I would recommend going to get checked by a doctor, because especially changes in personality can be a sign of other things going on. Generally though, I'd say that most commonly it would simply be sleep paralysis, because a lot of people have maybe heard of sleep paralysis, but if they've never experienced it for themselves, it can be a really alarming experience. It's terrifying. Like, I've experienced it. It is no fun at all. And like, I've known people who have had sleep paralysis like every single night, and they are like drowning in their sleep. Like, they feel like they're drowning because that's their sleep paralysis every single night. And like, for some people it's really, really bad. Sometimes you can improve it based off sleeping position and also the things that you do before bed. So generally speaking, it's good to be keeping a journal of your dreams, tracking what you're remembering from your dreams, what you're experiencing, but also keeping a track of what you were doing in the several hours leading up to sleep. So did you have a warm bath? Did you eat or drink at a certain time? What was it that you ate or drank? Is there something that you've been doing that's different? And then you might start noticing patterns. And in that, you can also note down any other experiences that you are kind of having. So if you're experiencing strange smells on the same day that you're experiencing sleep paralysis, note that down as well. Like, everything can have a pattern that you might be able to pick out at a later point. Yeah, it's no fun. It just isn't any fun. Okay, once you build up personal energy for magical reasons, how do you release it? So this all comes down to your energy manipulation. So you've raised up all of that energy, you then need to be able to direct it out, and this is where the energy manipulation practices come in really handy. So I'd start by learning to center. That's really, really useful. Visualization centering to get all of your energy kind of in a central place that you can then work with. And then practice manipulating it around your body. Get the feeling of what it's like when it goes into your hand, into the tips of your fingers, and then back in again. Move it from one arm down the other to the next, move it down into a leg, move it back into your core again, maybe have it in your shoulder for a little while, see how it feels there, bring it back into the center again. And once you've kind of got the hang of moving this energy around, you can then kind of push it out into your fingertips and then back down, and then push it past your fingertips or push it out of the palm of your hand and then pull it back in again. And once you can practice kind of releasing it and then drawing it back in, releasing it and drawing it back in again, you can then push it further out and bring it in, further out and bring it in, and then you can push it into like objects, direct it in a particular goal, put it into a candle flame, anything like that. This chair is ridiculously squeaky, and you can master sending it out this way. So it takes time to kind of build. Some people are going to get their energy manipulation down really, really quickly and easily, and other people, it's going to be a lot harder. So it's just about consistency and practice. Any good books or resources for learning astral projection? This one is actually tricky, so I'm as with all of the questions, like opening it up to the chat if anyone has any suggestions. Am I going to be able to find the book that I'm after? I'll see if I can find it. If I can't immediately, I'm going to have to look it up. Oh goodness, that went clunk, didn't it? There's so many books on the subject though. Not all of them are great, and different people are very much going to have different preferences. So this is not like a guaranteed winner for everyone. Oh, I've got to get to the A's. Am I even going to be able to reach the A's? Oh, never mind. It's here. Haha. Win for me not tidying my books away, because there's no way I would have been able to reach the A's. This is Astral Projection, The Out-of-Body Experience by Denning and Phillips. This is the one that I really enjoyed. And it just covers a lot of interesting stuff. There's loads of like personal anecdotes and stuff in this, and I found that to be particularly useful. But everyone's going to have different preferences with it. Like, there's no guarantee that my technique for astral projection is going to be the same as someone else's, and some people find that they astral project accidentally. So I do have a video on the difference between astral projection and dreams, because myself and many other people have experienced this crossover where it's kind of hard to tell unless you are used to doing it, and then you can notice the difference. Some people will find that they can astral project like that. That was a terrible click. There we go. Astral project like that. And other people will have a massively hard time doing it. So that's the one that I really enjoyed. There are others that I enjoyed, but they are no longer in print, so I'm not even going to bother recommending that, because if you can't get hold of it, there's absolutely no point in me saying it. But that one is pretty good. I think the cover, though, is different now. I don't think it looks like this. I got this from like a secondhand store. I don't know what it looks like now, but I believe it's still in print because it was published by Llewellyn, and Llewellyn is still a publishing house. Best astral advice was from you, Hearth. Focus on where you're going, not just getting astral. Oh, that's fantastic. I'm so glad this helps. So, let's have a look. Where was I? I am somewhere here. Oh, okay. We're getting back into the spooky questions for Samhain. I was wondering about spirit houses and dolls. How would you make one? How would you invite spirits into them? Of course, not in a trapping way, but to live there and be free to come and go. So, spirit houses and dolls. They can be used in many different ways, and I think this is what makes the topic so interesting and so varied, is that different people are going to use them, as always, in a very different way. Generally speaking, spirit houses in particular are very useful for spirit work, because sometimes you might want to work with a spirit in a particular location, but you want them to be free to come and go as they please. So they aren't bound to an object, they aren't attached to it. So some dolls that you see actually have a spirit fully attached to them. So they don't necessarily want to leave that doll. So both a spirit doll and a spirit house are used as spirit vessels, so they can store spirits within them. I think a spirit house is a little bit more versatile. So dolls are very liked by some spirits because they represent the human form. It's a very comfortable place for certain spirits. And it's a very easy way for us to commune with spirits because we are like talking to another person. It's accessible, a bit like skulls. And you can get spirits that simply latch onto a doll because it was their doll. They latch onto a doll because it was a human form. They might latch onto a doll because someone has put them there. And sometimes they are temporary, so they can come and go as they please. I have a doll in my collection that has a spirit attached that will come and go as they please and uses it as a vessel. Other spirit dolls have a spirit that is latched to that doll. So they are kind of one and the same. They refuse to leave that doll. And so no matter what you do, unless you were to forcefully banish them, they don't want to leave that doll. And so they probably aren't going to. When it comes to spirit houses, they are really any object. Some people make them to look literally like houses, like doll houses. Sometimes they are just an object that is being used as a spirit vessel. And spirits can come and go as they please. They can latch there forever, but more likely they're going to use it as like a temporary space. So there's lots of different ways you can use them. You can put them in a space and invite any spirit that would like to remain in that space and have somewhere to live while they're here to enter into the spirit house. Some people will use them specifically when creating servitors. They will create a spirit house, and within that spirit house they will include the name and sigil of that servitor, and then that becomes the servitor's vessel. And in some cases the spirit house is actually the servitor's vessel, so it has its sigil and name carved or painted or drawn onto it. So the servitor and the spirit house are one and the same, they're directly linked. You can do the same with a familiar as well. So if you have a familiar spirit that you've kind of entered into agreement with, you might have a sigil for their name that they've given you, and then you might create a spirit vessel or spirit house that they can reside in on your altar, for instance. And by placing that sigil or the representation for them inside, that then vessel belongs to them. You might also want to actively invite spirits in. So if there's a particular spirit that you are working with, you can directly ask that to be the spirit's vessel if they would like it to be. Or you can, in that instance, ask if they will give you something that represents them. That means that you can then have that be their home and have the object inside. Generally, for me, if either the spirit will directly ask to be in the object as a house or a vessel, or I would use a sigil to attach them in. But it's very much going to depend on kind of how your practice with your spirit goes. What do you do if your family doesn't support you with witchcraft? Does your family support you? They do. I didn't really give them much choice, honestly. One day I was just like, yeah, you're gonna have to deal with it. I think it's going to depend on your circumstances massively. And I think it's really important that perhaps time plays a part, depending on your family, their religious background, where you live, these kind of things. It's massively going to impact how things are going to be done. So, for instance, if you are 14 and your family is really, really against witchcraft and they are so opposed to it, they think that you are doing the devil's work, they are threatening to throw you out and disown you and all of these things, then I think it's time to wait. And I know that there's a lot of emphasis on being open about your magical practice and sharing it with the world and wearing pentacles and being proud about it. But I think it's also important that we keep ourselves safe as a priority. And I am very fortunate that I have the ability to do that. I am an adult. I only started wearing my practice openly when I was, I believe 16 was when I started actively wearing like pentacles and pentagrams. Before that point, I did not wear anything to show my magical practice or what I was interested in or anything. And I have the luxury of being very open about it. There are many places where that isn't safe to do, and there are many places where it is better to have the patience and the time. So if you are an adult and you are in a place where you can openly share your practice, ultimately, it doesn't really matter whether your family approves or doesn't approve, as long as it doesn't put you in danger. Because ultimately, as an adult, you have a right to religious decisions, and you can choose what you want to practice, what you don't want to practice, what you want to believe in, and what you do. And so as an adult, I don't think it matters all that much whether your family likes it or doesn't like it, because ultimately it's your decision as a consenting adult. You can choose your practice. However, when we are talking about minors, children, when we are talking about environments where it's quite dangerous to be an open practitioner, I think then sometimes there is something to be said about privacy in your practice until it is safe for you to be open about it. And I just think it's really important to emphasize that, because everyone you see online tends to be very open about their practice, obviously because they're talking to the internet. I couldn't do this and then not be open with the fact that I'm a practitioner. But there are places, there are places where even just, I remember seeing it in the news when there was this awful case that happened, oh goodness, I don't even remember how long ago it was, where actually I think it still happens in multiple places, but this one particular case was from Africa. I forget the exact country because it's been a very long time since I saw it, and they were still doing witch hunts. They in some areas will still actively do witch hunts, and that's very, very scary. And I have the great luxury of not having to worry about that so much, but that doesn't apply to everyone. And I forget the exact, if I can find the news article I will. It was probably about 2008 when I vividly remember this particular case happening, and it absolutely shocked me, because I had only ever really read books from a Wiccan perspective. I was not really reading anything outside of that, and I really didn't understand at that point how difficult it was to be a practitioner elsewhere, because obviously here in the UK the Witchcraft Act was repealed in 1951, 2 or 3, I forget which one it is, and so for the last 70 years at the point when this all happened, it had been perfectly legal to practice witchcraft in the UK, and it was a real shock to the system for me to realise that there are people whom were completely innocent. They were not doing anything wrong, but because they were accused of being a witch, there was a witch hunt. And that is absolutely terrifying, and they still happen to this day. And so it's a great luxury for people to be able to be open about their practice, and I don't necessarily think that that should be the benchmark. I don't think that shouting about your magical practice should be what everyone is expected to do, because there are lots and lots of circumstances where that's not possible. Maybe you live in the Bible Belt. Maybe you are still living with family members who are actively opposing to it. Maybe there are circumstances like you might get fired from your job and you don't want to take that risk, because sadly it still happens. I think, it's best to not use social media as the benchmark. A lot of magical practitioners are not open about it. I mean, I do a lot of shows and events. I used to do a lot more shows and events, and the number of people that I'd meet and would come to the stall and we'd have a conversation and we'd be talking and they're like, no one else in my life knows about this. Like, no one else knows that I'm a practitioner. I'm open about it only here and nowhere else. I think that is a lot more common than people realise if you watch a lot of witchcraft on social media. Because obviously every witch on social media is very open about their practice. And they have to be a witch on social media, but that's not the default setting. I don't think it ever should be. I think that people need to prioritise their safety. I think that's the main point I'm trying to make. It's just I'm waffling today. Today is a waffly kind of day, apparently. I'm a sea witch. Can I charge a seashell and make it my energy battery? You can, yes. It's obviously not going to hold as much energy and information as other items would, but yeah, it definitely can be used as such. Yeah, especially if you want to be working like away from the sea. So if you aren't able to do all of your workings by the sea and you still want to draw on that energy, you can charge, whether it's sea glass, whether it is shells, with energy to then use at a later point. That is an option. It's obviously not going to be as big of a vessel as some batteries can be, but it's still a vessel. So the Q&A, there's like a little tab. It should be at the very top. It's like a little bubble, I think, that should say about asking questions. And if you click on that, you can then put a Q&A question in the Q&A, hopefully. If it works. There's no guarantee it'll work, but I hope it works. Okay, let's have a look. Ooh, interesting. I don't think I'm the best person to answer this, simply because I am not a medium, and because of that I have limited knowledge on mediumship. But what set of skills do you recommend to study for helping souls pass over, particularly a big group? Yeah, I think this one is going to have to go out to any mediums out there. The way that I have always seen it being done and kind of experienced it myself is it's often done with a lot of talking through, because a lot of it depends on why the spirits are trapped in a particular location. Because if they are trapped because they don't know how to move on, which is actually fairly common for trapped spirits. Like, I understand the whole like joke of like, oh, you're trapped because you have unfinished business. But a lot of the time spirits get trapped because they get kind of confused. Either they don't know that they're dead, or they don't know where they are, or they don't know what's happening. And it can be a really confusing place. And so a lot of the mediums that I have seen work have a tendency to talk through verbally the steps that they need to take in order to progress forwards. So the things that they might be seeing, feeling, experiencing, the direction that they might need to be going in. And it's, if anything, I find a lot of mediums tend to be like a guide in the darkness. Like, it's less about the kind of skills that they have, but it's more about the understanding and the being a reassuring hand to be held to get to that point. Yeah, that's actually a really good recommendation. Ella and Dead said, Laying Ghosts. I still need to get that. I still need to get that book, and I need to give it a read because it looks so good. Could be a good choice. So that is, I'll see if I can get the name of them up. It's Laying Ghosts by, let's see if I can find it. Here we go. Unquiet Voices, The Magical Art of Laying Ghosts by Rob and Nonnie Douglas. And this is all about navigate the realms of the unseen with this practical resource for magicians, pagans, and spiritual workers of all kinds. Drawing on 30 years of research and experience, authors Rob and Nonnie Douglas combine classical necromancy and modern investigative methods to help you confidently identify spirits of the dead, know when they are present, and diagnose their effects. So that could be good for anyone who is just interested in this topic generally. And then, yeah, there's also The Bones Fall in a Spiral. I've recently just got that one, so I'm going to have to give that one a read. I'll get the author of that as well. Let's have a look. It is called The Bones Fall in a Spiral, a Necromantic Primer by Mortalus. Providing more than 50 exercises, rituals, spells, and recipes, this book teaches you how to honour and work magically with the dead. Mortalus shares the history and power of death magic while also demonstrating its ability to bring comfort and connection. They show you a variety of ways to build a meaningful and safe practice, from using necromantic tools and instruments to understanding the very nature of a soul. So that's another one that could be interesting. And how do you type so fast on that keyboard? A lot of practice. I actually feel like I'm so cold in here. This room is really cold. My fingers are kind of numb right now. I am just used to violently typing. Like, anyone can. I just annoy people. I used to sit in uni and I used to type everything on a keyboard. I had my iPad and I would type everything, and I type so violently and so aggressively, I have a tendency to break keyboards. It's not always a good thing, but it does mean that I can type things really, really quickly. Okay, let's see. Where am I on here? I was wondering if you've ever talked to an old tree which has told you about events from centuries ago. It's less about events, I think, that I've had encounters with. I have found that when you're communing with really old trees, it tends to be more of this like wisdom that only something that has seen so much is able to offer. Like, I think there's something about someone or something that has experienced so much and witnessed so many people and heard so many stories and experienced life through so many people who've passed by. I think they can offer a perspective because of their age that I think other beings can't. So I'm sure that you definitely could. I'm definitely certain that a willow is willing to share with you some of their historical secrets, because willows are often the whisperers. They are the whisperers among the trees. And so you got to be careful. Don't tell any secrets underneath a willow tree, because they will whisper it around. But they are probably likely to talk a lot about the past if you can get a really good relationship with one. Oh, it jumped. Oh, no. Okay. Let's have a look. Where am I? I'm somewhere. Okay, I remember that one. Okay, we haven't lost any. That's fantastic. Now I just have to figure out where on earth I was. I think I'm about here. And my daughter is having an ancestral altar at her wedding. I drove by the cemetery and told my people I would talk to them in my dreams. What should I look for? So sometimes you might find that like full-blown people will manifest. So we're talking like grandparents will come through actively, like full body there in your dreams. Sometimes it will be you'll just feel a comforting presence, or you will this is gonna sound, this might mean nothing to some of you and it might mean everything to others. So in Avatar: The Last Airbender, I try to use analogies that people are going to understand. This one might be a bit far-fetched. In Avatar: The Last Airbender, the Avatar is all of the avatars that have gone before. So like the Avatar state is all of the previous lives of all of the previous avatars in one body. So what you might find is that you'll have a figure come through in your dreams that feels like home. They feel like going to visit your grandma's house, getting a cuddle off your aunt. Like, they feel like safety and security and home. And I know that not everyone's ancestors are going to be safe and secure and home, but it's about going back as well, going farther back. And ancestors aren't just like blood relations, they can be other people as well. But it's this feeling of being home, and you just feel safe, and like the world just stills. And that's usually kind of a manifestation of your ancestors. It might be one body, it might be one form, but it is a collective of all. You might also find that names come forward, pictures might appear in your dreams on like the walls of like an old house or the house that you're in. You might find that pictures are there. You might find books that have been written by ancestors. Like, so many things can come through to you, but often it is a warming, homely presence. Like, you just feel comforted and relaxed and safe. And then they might give you messages and things might come through, or you might be given an opportunity to open up to them and to commune with them and talk with them. That might be the way it works as well. Ooh, have you seen The Black Dog? I have, and I think I saw a shade, but I'm not sure. So I've seen some strange things. I don't think I've ever seen a black dog. So here it would be referred to as a black shuck. That's the term that's commonly used here. I have seen phantom black cats before. And by phantom black cat, I mean like a Black Panther sized black cat. But you know it's not real. But you can't kind of tell. It's that a lot of people have these experiences with the black shuck where they're like, is it real or was it not real? Because I actually can't tell. So, yeah, they say it's an omen of death. And it depends, because depending on where you are, different kind of dogs will represent different things. Some people say that rather than being an omen of death, they are actually a companion of death. So people will say that a bit like a banshee, which is a fairy from Irish mythology, that would cry and scream when a member of the family was going to die. It's a similar thing to that, where some people say that instead of them being a portent of death, where they are like the cause of it, instead they warn you in advance of danger or a risk of life before it happens, so that you can either change your fate or you can be prepared for it happening. I actually did a full video on these. I say video, it's a podcast episode, but there is video to it. It is on my channel, I think, somewhere, or you can find it on Spotify. Just talking about stories of these black dogs, and they're fascinating. I don't know if I'd like to see one. I like the idea of seeing one a lot more than I like the reasoning why I might see one. I don't think the reasoning why sounds very fun, but yeah, never seen one personally, but they are very interesting and they can mean all kinds of things. I mean, there's some stories where someone would be walking through a woodland or a forest and there's lots of bandits and thieves and there's a lot of danger going on there, and a phantom giant black dog would walk with them through the entire duration of the forest, and then it would disappear into mist when they got to the other side, and it was a guardian to stop the person from risking their life trying to make this shortcut through the forest. I think a little bit like the banshee, I suspect that they probably have a reputation that they don't deserve. You know, humans have a tendency to make connections. I do this all the time. I do this constantly. I always make connections between things. Something bad happened and I saw this first, therefore that thing caused this. You know, causation versus correlation and all of that. And I suspect that the same with the banshee. They've kind of got this reputation of being the bringers of death. Like, if the banshee was to never have screamed or cried, then that person wouldn't have died. And I don't necessarily think that that is the case, because especially when we're talking about banshee, they were typically believed to be linked to Irish families. And if you've got a spirit that is linked to a family, that's usually because they actually care about the family. And so you would think that if a banshee is linked to a family, when they scream or cry, it would perhaps more likely be a warning, like an alarm that something is really wrong and that either you need to change what you're doing or something bad's going to happen. Because the banshee would stay with Irish families for centuries. And many of them are still with Irish families today, and they will still scream and cry for this exact same reason. I think they've got a bad reputation. They're just big black ghost spirity dogs that are trying to help people, maybe. Some of the stories are not so friendly, but some of them are quite nice. Do you know of Kelly Ann Maddox? Would you consider doing reviews of her books, Rebel Witch and Witch in Darkness? I mean, yeah, I'd be willing to check them out. I don't have any of her books, so I think I'm going to have to add them to my collection. I'll give them a read. I have so many to get through, though, that I'm definitely going to have to go through the books that I already have in my collection first, which I know is really frustrating because, like, I should be doing reviews as books come out. But if I did that, I would never, ever, ever get any of the books that I need to read read. I made a puppet to protect my home. However, I'm moving house and don't want to destroy it. Any recommendations on how I can protect my new home? So, okay, I have questions. The first one is a puppet to protect the home. Context. Additional information is needed. Are we talking like that puppet is a spirit vessel for a spirit that is protecting the home? Or are we talking that the puppet is in the shape of a house or represents the house and is then filled with all of the protective items that you would want to aid in protection? Yeah, the context of the puppet is going to be significant in this, because depending on how it's been made and like the actual like way it was done, it's going to alter whether or not you can transfer it from one place to the next. So in theory, depending on the way it was made, you could transfer the puppet's energy from one home to another. Or you might have to cleanse the doll, make it dormant, and then you could empty it out. But then you don't want to destroy it. See, I make puppets with zips in, so this is not a problem for me because I can just empty the contents out, cleanse it, and then reuse the doll. But yeah, I think extra context is needed because this is one of those really, really nuanced topics that is going to very much depend on how you've created the doll. The cat keyboard is out again. If anyone's not been here before, it is... I've always called it the cat keyboard. Is when I just make random noises and turn it into a song. And I will often do it at about the 3-hour mark because I struggle with sitting still for so long. I am somewhere here. Ooh, oh, okay. This one. I have some warning bells and alarm signs, but let's just break it down. Have you had any experience with allowing or inviting spirits or a coloured light orb into your being to communicate with you? It feels non-threatening and very nurturing. So, okay. There's a lot in this that I'm probably just gonna like word vomit a whole bunch of stuff out, and I hope that some of it makes sense. I would be very cautious about doing this kind of thing because you can meet the gentlest, kindest, most nurturing feeling spirit, and instead you might get something very, very different. And this is why even for incredibly experienced practitioners, I would personally not recommend invoking. I would always recommend evoking. Like, just from a safety perspective, because once you've invited them in, it can be fairly tricky to get them out again. And that's not to scare people from invocation. It can be used safely in many different ways, and you can do it effectively, and it doesn't necessarily have to go wrong. However, it can very easily go wrong. And especially when something is an orb, you have nothing to gauge on here. Like, the energy that it's giving you, the emotion that it's giving you is... It's a purposeful feeling that is being presented. And so you can very easily have a spirit present itself in one way and it actually be another. So if you were going to do this, I would recommend having a fair number of protections and knowing how to banish or remove that spirit as required. Not to say that it will guaranteed go wrong, it's just that when it comes to something that you have not previously been able to communicate with, for the first port of call to be invocation is a lot. And yeah, please be very, very careful. Oh, here we go. Really loving your What's New in Witchcraft videos, especially the new book releases. Do you plan to keep doing them? I would love to, and I'm going to try to, but I will be honest when I say they take me so long. The last one I split between two videos. So I did the astrology separate to the books. And when I actually break down how long it took me to do those videos, I think I was scripting that and getting all the information for like 2-3 days of work. And then it took me 4 something hours to film, so that's not crazy bad. Like that's it's okay. It takes a long time and it's kind of tiring, but it's fine. The edit though, the What's New in Witchcraft with the books took me nearly 40 hours to edit that one video. Oh, it was brutal. It took me so long, and I always struggle when videos take me 40 hours because I then can't really be doing another video before that point. So I end up having to miss a week, which is really, really frustrating because I hate missing weeks. So I think I need to find a better way of doing it, whether I need to say less in the videos. Like, maybe this is a good brainstorming session. Like, do anyone who has watched like the new book release videos, do you like the fact that I read the information about the book and give some additional information, or would you rather just know like a really brief look at what it is? Like, this is a new book that's coming out, it's by this author and this is the topic that it's on, or do you prefer like, this is the author, this is what the book is about, and here is the entire information on the back of the book? Let me know, because I want to be able to give people what they want, but I also want to be able to give people consistent content. And yeah, me losing my little mind, staring at my computer screen going, I never want to edit this video ever again. I got to the point last time, just kind of put things in. I always find it really interesting to learn about the process behind the scenes for other people. I don't know if people enjoy it or not, but it took me 14 hours to export the video. No, 19 hours, because I slept for some of it. It took 19 hours to export the video. Like, you should have seen the raw file. The raw file was 4 hours of content, and like, there were so many cuts in the video, you couldn't even see the video. So yeah, it took 19 hours to export, which was not fun, which is why it went up as late as it did, because I'm sitting there and I'm like, I can't even touch my computer while it's doing this. I just have to leave it to do it. Yeah, maybe I can just do like maybe I can do like a bit of a blend between the two, where it's like I'll give you like I'll read the blurb, and then I'll give you like the synopsis of the blurb. Because I think that would make it quicker, because some of the books I'm talking for like 10 minutes on like one book, and then that makes it like an hour and 35 minutes long, which is a long video, and I know that not many people can sit through a long video like that. I say whilst knowing that I am currently 3 hours something into a live stream. How many hours am I on now? 3.5 hours into a live stream. Right. Okay. Let's have a look. Oh, I see. I love the spooky ooky questions. This is, after all, a Samhain live stream. Long ago, I saw a spirit when I was younger that was a young woman who was in all white, from attire from around the 1800s. But she had red glowing eyes that felt piercing. Have you ever seen a similar spirit? So I haven't seen anything with the glowing red eyes, but I have seen full body apparitions of people actually from probably a similar time period, like late early 1900s. I vividly remember seeing the spirit of someone who I believe to have been a maid. They seemed to be a maid or a servant, which was pretty commonplace in most big, even small-ish houses. Like if you had the money to pay for a maid or a servant, you would pay for a maid or a servant. And like they were usually lower class women who would work as a servant until they were married, and then they would no longer work. And so I just remember seeing this young woman. She was wearing white and grey, I believe, and she was carrying folded sheets of some variety. They could have been clothes, they could have been bedding, not entirely sure. She was carrying folded white sheets, like cotton sheets. And she had like a bonnet cap on to keep her hair kind of protected. But the one thing that I vividly remember about her was she walked from one side all the way to the other and then disappeared through a wall. So clearly she's walking a path that isn't still there, because like the house at the time is not old. So like this is obviously something that's from previously. And the entire world around her was also black and white. And this is something that I thought was really interesting at the time. It's one of the things that I vividly remember. Obviously the entire thing I remember so vividly because it was my first full body apparition. But all around the edge of her, there was like 2-3 inches where the wallpaper that was behind her was also black and white. So I don't know if she was wearing white and grey, or if it's just that I was only seeing her in black and white. And I've noticed that multiple spirits that I've had encounters with have also been in black and white, and I'm not sure if that's how they manifest or if that's simply how I am seeing them. But I think that's really interesting. So it could be that this figure is not in all white. It could be that you're only seeing her that way, which I think is interesting. I have not seen the glowing eyes though. That's new to me, but that doesn't mean that it's not common elsewhere. It's just I've never seen spirit eyes personally. But I know that other people will have. I think that's just the kind of spirits that you're working with and that you're experiencing. How can I incorporate more deity work in my daily spiritual practice other than giving offerings and acts of worship? What can you ask deities for, and how can I use deities work in spells and other workings? So it depends on how big you want your daily spiritual practice to be, because you can have all manner of different ways of working with deities. Some people will spend hours working with deities every single day, but for a lot of people that just isn't manageable. I think a lot of people will say good morning and good night. They will greet them when they come in, and they will say goodbye when they leave. They will leave offerings as is necessary. And it can be as simple as just saying good morning. It could be even less, and only giving an offering as and when is needed. It entirely depends on the interaction that you have with your deities. Some people will spend hours and hours and hours working with their deities, meditating with them, communing with them, traveling to the astral plane, working with them on a spiritual level. It's so varied. When it comes to spells and rituals and what you can ask for, it's usually assistance alongside you. So you can just ask for their help in return for offerings. That is something that can be done. But you can also say, well, I'm working on this in my mundane life, and I'm going to be doing a working towards this with my energy, and I would like to ask if you would be willing to join in so that we can combine our energies, and in return, I will offer you, insert what you're willing to offer. So with Bridget, I'm pointing over here because my Bridget altar is over there, even though you can't see it right now. I will typically offer candles. I will typically say, I will ask first, obviously, and then if she agrees, it will be a case of, I would like, if you could assist me with this particular topic, and in return, I will burn a candle with your oil on it every day for 7 days. And if you say you're going to do it, do it. Do it. Because you cannot... Oh, that made a weird noise. You can't really get around that if you're going to work with deities and they have either asked for something, so they might specifically ask for something, or you might offer something and then they may agree or disagree with it. If they agree with it, you need to be sticking with it. If I'm going to be asking Bridget, Ceridwen, Ceranos, any of my deities for assistance, and I've said that I'm going to burn a tea light every single day for 7 days, I know damn well I'm going to do it. Because if I don't, they can rescind their offer. And so I think that's really significant that we make sure that we're holding our end of the bargain. And yeah, exactly, we need to be looking into how things were done as well. So certain deities will have specific traditions that are accompanied them, and these traditions will have set ways of doing things, and they can, and perhaps in some cases should, be honoured, especially ones that are perhaps more ritualistic in nature. I've popped this tea light out of its case, and for the life of me I cannot get it. There we go. Okay, I fixed it, and now I'm going to put it down before I break it. Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Betania. I hope that's right. Thank you for sharing your time and knowledge as always. Out of your recent book recommendations, which one got your interest the most? So if we're talking like full book recommendations, like even all of the books on like my what's new in witchcraft videos, the ones that have really caught my eye, that I will end up getting one way or another, it might be soon, it might be in a couple months, would be the Lexicon Lamarium, I think it's called, by Three Hands Press. That one has really caught my eye. It's not cheap to get, honestly. It's really not good. But I already have, where is it? Oh, it's that, it's this one, right. It's mirrored, that one. The green one is The Green Mysteries by Daniel Schulke, and this one is the Lexicon Lamarium, and I really like this one so far. So that one really caught my eye. Welsh Fairies by Mara Starling is one that, as soon as I knew that was coming out, I knew that I was going to end up getting it one way or another, because I really enjoyed Welsh Witchcraft. I will warn you, if you're going to get Welsh Witchcraft, it's a little bit repetitive. So if you already know about Wales and Welsh Witchcraft is really ideal for someone who has never experienced Wales before. And a lot of it is explaining like the Welsh countryside and the Welsh scenery and all of this kind of stuff. And if you already know that, then that's kind of a bit unnecessary. And it tends to be a little repetitive for some people. Personally, I enjoyed it. I did note the repetitiveness, but it was still a really good read. As soon as I saw Welsh Fairies, I was like, okay, now I think this is going to be better than Welsh Witchcraft, and I did enjoy Welsh Witchcraft. So that's another one. I got reminded of one earlier that I still need to get, which is The Unquiet Voices. What are you doing, fly? Are you okay? So a fly just stopped. I don't know if you would have seen any of that. It like stopped in front of the camera and was just doing this, just spinning in a circle. I'm like, are you okay? Did you stare too strongly into my filming light? Is that what happened? Unquiet Voices is one that looks really good as well. I mean, I'll be honest, I have such a problem with it because every single time I do the what's new in Witchcraft, I'm like, I need that one, I need that one, I need that one, I need that one. Oh no, I now have too many books on my to be read pile and it's a problem. So yeah, those are the ones that I am probably going to be getting next. Just because they are the ones that I'm currently the most interested in. There is one book though that is a new addition to my collection that I'm reading for the purpose of being able to give recommendations, and I need to figure out what it is. Let me just have a look. There's an entire series of them and I need to figure out what the series is called. Watch me not be able to remember it now. It's gonna bug me forever. It's a book on astrology, and I'm probably never gonna be able to remember the name of it. If I can remember it, I will include it in a future video. But I'm currently reading that, and that's pretty good. It's like a witch's guide to astrology. It's like an entire series. It's designed for like beginners. Is that just what the book is called? No, that's not what the book is called. I can't remember. I can remember what the book looks like, which is completely useless when it comes to being able to actually find the book. Here we go. Modern Witchcraft Book of Astrology. That's the book that I'm currently reading at the moment. And that, you know what, if you are completely new to astrology, it's actually pretty decent. Like, it covers so much information. I'm only halfway through and I'm really enjoying it. And like a lot of it, if you've already had experience with astrology and you kind of, you get the basics, you know, you understand the houses, you understand the sun signs and the planetary bodies, like you get that, then it's going to be too basic. But if you are like new to astrology, then that one is like a pretty decent read. It's accessible, it's affordable, it's hardback, it looks really pretty. But yeah, that one's interesting if you are a beginner, and I wanted to get that one so that for anyone who liked the astrology videos, they could then kind of do a bit of research themselves if they wanted to learn more about it. So yeah, I'll let you know anyway how I feel about that once I've finished it. But that's the one that I'm reading alongside all of the fairy books, because at the minute I am like this deep in fairy books. I'm gonna have lost my mind by the end of it, I'm sure, because a lot of them are probably gonna get quite repetitive. But yeah, let's have a look see. I'm actually gonna have to turn the heater on. I'm so cold in here. It is. This is by far the coldest room in the house. That's why I use it as the filming room, because the filming lights usually combat the coldness of it. Am I the only astrology skeptic who's also pagan? Definitely not. There's loads of people who don't follow astrology as well, and some people will follow it really briefly as just kind of a light-hearted thing. Some people are like super intense in it. For me, I like knowing what the cosmic bodies are doing, because I do find that when I actually compare, like if I were to go through my diary, I am one of those people that keeps a journal every single night where I document everything that I have done. When I actually go back and I compare the events that were happening with the things that were happening in my life, I do find that for me, it plays an impact. But not everyone is sensitive to it in the same way. Some people are going to be really, really sensitive to it. Other people are not going to notice at all. And so it is very much going to depend on kind of what you feel attuned to, because some people just don't resonate with it. But that's the thing. Like, sorry, I didn't read the thing. I'm skeptical of astrology because I know some people that are basically the opposite of their sign, and that's because it is not just your sun sign that plays a part. And I think this is almost the problem that people have, is that they go, oh, but I don't act like a Scorpio. I'm not a Scorpio. It's like, okay, but what's your rising sign? Because usually your rising sign is how you present to other people. So I'm curious as to whether you resonate more with your rising sign than with your sun sign. And astrology is so much more fascinating, actually. I didn't realize how fascinating it was, because I was also in the camp of like, oh, people just read their horoscopes in a magazine. But like, when you like fully dive into it, I think it's so carefully mapped. I find it just scratches that science itch inside my brain, because everything has to be mapped. Like the stars are in alignment at certain places, and based off the time of your birth, your chart kind of twists, and the placement of different bodies in different houses plays an impact on different parts of life. I just think it's fascinating. Even if it all comes out to be bullshit, I still think it's really, really fascinating. And I do think a lot of people have that like, oh, but I don't feel like a Leo. But then when they actually like get their full chart, like they'll go to an astrologer and they'll get like their full chart and it's all broken down, and they're like, oh, well that makes sense. But yeah, like I always think it's so interesting. It's another one where I don't live or die by it, ever. And I never will with anything. Same with tarot readings, everything. I will not base my entire existence around it. But I do find it interesting to learn about, because sometimes it'll be like, oh, so Mars did go into retrograde on that day. Well, that makes a lot of sense. And you can like line things up, and like, it doesn't dictate. It's like people are so scared of the Mercury retrograde. I don't understand. People were not scared of the Mercury retrograde till like 2016. And then all of a sudden people started losing their mind because there was like a Vogue magazine post about the Mercury retrograde, and then everyone started just freaking out about it. Like no one cared before that point. People get so scared by it that they think that like it's going to change their life, when in reality life just ebbs and flows, and these things might just magnify certain aspects of life, but it's not like a doomsday thing. I think that's the thing that people tend to get people in two camps, is what I'm trying to say. You tend to get the people that are like die hard astrology, like everything is astrology. They've got like Cancer necklaces, and the only thing that they wear are like Cancer earrings and Cancer jewelry and like Cancer crystals, and it's all they ever do. I say this as a Cancer, so I'm just dissing my own people. And then you have the opposite end of the scale, where people are like, oh, it's all bullshit, it's all baloney, I don't believe any of it. And I wish more people were like in the middle. just dabble in it, you know, just a little. Let's have a look. Where am I? I am here somewhere. Ooh, I've heard that it's not recommended to do spellwork around the time the veil is thinnest due to unpredictable results. Do you find this to be true? I find eclipses to be more unpredictable than the veil being thin, because ultimately spirits can come and go all of the time regardless. It is simply a high energy time, and so spirits tend to have more energy to manifest and to move around. But if you have suitable protections on your workings, it does not matter how many spirits are in that space. So if I was to go to, I'm just going to pick somewhere that what prison is it that's really, really haunted? Is it Sheffield? Is it Sheffield Prison that's really, it begins with an S. Hang on. This chair is so squeaky. Every single live stream I have a problem with it. I can't move on it without it squeaking. Shrewsbury Prison is the one that's really, really haunted. So, for instance, I could do the exact same working in Shrewsbury Prison, which is renowned as being incredibly haunted. And then I could do the exact same ritual in a local woodland that is not known to be haunted. If I have the same protection for both of those workings, I will get the exact same result. But if I were to have protection on in the one that is in the prison and not in the one in the forest, I might actually have the one in the forest be the one that goes astray, because it's the one where it could be interacted with by other spirits, other entities, other energies. And so I don't think it makes a difference. And maybe that's an unpopular opinion, and that's okay. I've not found there to be mass amounts of difference, but that's probably because I work with spirits anyway. So for me, my practice already contains spirits. So if another spirit wants to come in and join, then be my guest. If you want to help, like more hands and all that, if you want to help, be my guest. But I think it is something to take into consideration if spirit work is not part of your normal practice and it's not something that you are comfortable with. Because you might find that you have a few spirit encounters and spirit experiences because of the heightened energy that maybe you don't want to have. And so I think it depends on how comfortable you feel with spirits. But generally speaking, if you have protection, so if you are casting a circle, for instance, which I am the first to say that you do not need to be doing in all circumstances. It depends on the context. If you have cast a circle because you feel nervous about spirits and you have your personal protections, I don't personally think that there would be really any difference than doing that at a different time of year. The times where I think it's worse are eclipses, because the energy itself is more chaotic and you might find that you get things manifesting in a way that they normally wouldn't. So for me, I tend to avoid eclipses more than I avoid Samhain, but that is going to entirely depend on kind of what you feel comfortable working with. How do you get yourself in the mindset to start a magical spell, even something like grounding, or something big like a celebration for a sabbat? So when it comes to any kind of spell work, meditation is really important. It can be meditation, it can be mind calming, however you want to describe it. But I do find that that is a really important skill to use because it allows you to more easily switch from mundane to magical mindsets, because you are allowing the mundane to be pushed to the back and not focus on it, and then you are allowing the magical to come forwards. For me though, and I'm probably not the best person to ask because I don't really have a distinction in my life. So for me, getting in the mindset to do a spell is, oh shit, it's the full moon tonight. I forgot about it. I need to do this working. Let's do it now. That's the extent of my process for getting ready to do a spell. But I think that's probably because I've been in this mindset for a long time. Like, to me, it isn't something that I have to like switch between. It's just like an automatic change. So I think having a setup helps. And by that I mean, if you know that you're going to be doing grounding or you're going to be doing a spell, maybe light a tea light candle. Maybe burn a specific variety of incense. If you're preparing to do a ritual, maybe putting on ritual clothes, a cloak, specific clothes that you use solely for ritual. Maybe it's wearing a perfume that you only wear during ritual spaces, tying your hair up in a certain way, putting on a specific piece of music to be the trigger of, okay, we're now in a magical space. There is a distinct difference here between where we were and where we are. It's different. That is really useful for a lot of people who can't easily just slip into it, because I do think it's important to remember that not everyone has the same background when it comes to witchcraft. For me, I never really left the child phase of interacting with spirits, of seeing strange things. That never went away for me. And so for me to slip into that mindset is really easy because I never got out of it. Whereas if you are coming from a very mundane background, so like you have been like a devout atheist for like 20 fucking years, then obviously trying to get into that magical mindset is going to be really, really difficult. Or if you've been part of an Abrahamic faith for a really long time, then perhaps switching it comes with some grief, some stress, some worry. That's going to be harder as well. So it's more that I tend to walk the line. I am very much that person who has one foot in the magical and one foot in the mundane. Both coexist at the same time for me, and so I don't tend to have to force myself into switching. But if you do, and you won't always have to, that's the thing, like you might start needing to have triggers like sounds, like candles, like incense, like particular clothing that you wear or not wear, because some people will choose to do their workings naked as well, and that's their trigger for it. Over time, you might find that you no longer need the trigger in the same way that you did before. So to start off with, it might take you 20 minutes of listening to ambient, witchy music. There's loads of good ones on YouTube. I really like them. That could be your trigger, and it might take ages for you to get into that mindset for it. It might be listening to the Keep Music Pagan playlist on YouTube, which is also really, really good, by the way. It's great. There's some songs in there that you cannot get anywhere else. Like Witches, is it called Witches Dance? Come Witches to the Dance. Anyway, it's amazing. If you've not heard it, listen to it. It's so good. So at first, it might take you like 20 minutes to get into that headspace. And then as time goes on, you might notice that literally as soon as you light that tea light candle, you're there straight away. And then you just have to think about lighting the tea light candle, and then you're there. And then eventually you'll get to the point where you don't have to think about it anymore. Any recommendations for tarot alternatives, like something else you can build into daily practice and meditate on the meaning and direction it's giving? Well, I mean, obviously you've got the obvious alternatives, which is instead of tarot oracle, instead of oracle runes, instead of runes ogham. You can go with dreams. So if you can remember your dreams, they can give you information and inspiration for the day to come. And so you might want to be meditating on something like that. That could be really interesting. You could be going off things that you've experienced, signs that you've seen during the day, particular topics that you want to manifest on. But generally speaking, unless you really need to... Unless it's something you really need to be meditating on every day, it isn't something that you necessarily need to be doing. And I feel like I need to put that out there because so many people feel like if they don't have a large regular practice, like a daily practice, then they aren't developing or learning. But you don't necessarily need to have such a large daily practice if it's not something that kind of comes automatically. Yeah, so someone else said here, Kayla said, tea and coffee reading is another option. So yeah, like tasseomancy can be good. But yeah, I would look into an alternative form of divination than something like runes or oracle, or even if you don't like tarot but you like the idea of card reading, you can also go for Lenormand. That's a really good alternative. I actually have, I wish I brought stuff in here more often because I don't have it when I need to be able to show you and look at it. They're playing cards essentially with additional pictures on them that can be really good. Yeah, anything. Yeah, tea or coffee reading is a really good one because you can be thinking of, if you want to, I actually have an entire video on it, on how to do it. Just throwing that out there in case you need a bit of extra guidance on the actual reading bit of it. But it's good because if you have a particular question in mind, you can be thinking of the question and then you can get answers to the question that way. Or you can be working on just like a general reading where you're just sipping and you're drinking that tea and you're not focusing on anything in particular, and in which case it would give you a more general reading for the day or the time period rather than anything else. Okay. Do you communicate with Bridget via tarot? What tarot and oracle cards would feel best with her energy? I don't communicate with any of my deities with tarot cards, actually. The only things that come through on tarot cards are, I have one particular guide that specifically works with cards. He's the only one that comes through like that. Everyone else will come through in different ways. So Bridget will often come through in feelings. Ceridwen and my servitor / spirit, little bit confusing, don't ask. It all gets a bit jumbled after a while. They come through very clearly with vocal communication. Bridget tends to come through more on feelings. So it's like, is this right? Oh, no, that's not right. Feels very, very wrong. That's how they come through for me. I don't typically use divination for my deities. It's just never how they've come through to me. But I would say whatever card deck works. Wow, my voice keeps breaking today. Whatever card deck works best for you to read from is better than going for a card deck that works best for the deity, because they are going to be able to come through pretty readily with most things. The limiting factor, as awful as it may sound, is usually the practitioner not the deity. So the limiting factor is usually your ability to read those cards effectively rather than their ability to come through effectively. So you need to be finding a deck that you find easy to read, because that's really the most important factor. Oh, here we go. I've just purchased the book Wild Witch, and it mentions when attempting new exercises, the results may be unpleasant at first. Is this normal, and what happens? Yeah, completely. So I suppose the way that it needs to be looked at is, if you have never experienced hot water before, and I know I always use analogies, but like let's go with this one. If you've never experienced hot water before, the first time you touch hot water, you're going to flinch because your body's instant reaction is, oh, I actually don't know what that is. That feels like it could hurt me, so I'm going to react really, really strongly and I'm going to pull myself back. I think we've all been guilty of this. Have we gone to touch something that we think is hot and it turns out to not be hot, but we kind of flinch back anyway? It's that kind of default reaction that's what we're going to be fighting when you come into witchcraft for the first time, if you are completely inexperienced with it. So if you are completely new to any kind of spirit work, you've never experienced I'm sorry, I've got a little fairy. Can you see that light right there? What even is that? She's not even sparkly or anything. She's not sparkly. What are you doing? What is going on here? Okay, well, that's interesting. Okay, we're just gonna go with it. Let's just go with it. It's fine. Whatever that is, it's fine. I'm still confused as to what that is, though. Huh. She's always there as well. She is not moved. I do all of my live streams in the same place, and she's always there, and she has never moved. Okay. Cool. Let's just go with it. What was I saying? I was saying something. Oh, yes, the discomfort. So, like, when we are coming at it from the very, very first time, so say spirit work as the example here. It happens quite a lot to me because my house is fairly active, but if I am walking up the stairs and I hear something whispering in another room, I'm like, I hope that goes quiet before I go to sleep. Or if I'm coming downstairs to get a glass of water and there is just a dark shadow standing in the archway, I'm like, cool, I'm just going to get some water and then I'm going to go to bed. Whereas if you've never experienced spirit encounters before, ever, if you hear someone whispering that isn't in your house, you are probably going to freak out. You're going to be looking around your entire house. You're going to be getting a torch out. You're going to be checking all of the doors, all of the windows, make sure that everything is locked. You want to make sure that there's no one in your house. You're going to rationalize things. You're going to overthink things, all of this stuff. And so that applies to like everything. If you've never experienced centering and grounding before, it's going to feel kind of uncomfortable. You're going to feel stupid. I think there's phases that we go through, right? So when we first start, you are going to feel stupid. Really, really stupid. And I don't mean that in like a derogatory way. I mean, you're going to be probably talking out loud for the first time. A lot of people don't talk out loud. So you're going to be talking out loud, potentially to things that you can't see. That's going to make you feel really, really stupid. You are then going to feel kind of uncomfortable because you're walking that line of like, but if this is real, what if something bad happens? Like, if this isn't real, then I just feel stupid. But if this is real, if this isn't real, I'm going to feel stupid. But if it is real, then I could be encountering something that I am completely unprepared for. So you go from dead excited, I'm going to give this a go, let's see what happens, to I feel like an absolute idiot, to oh my god, panic, what if this is actually real, to holy shit, I'm pretty certain I just heard something, what is it, I don't know what I'm going to do with that. And then before you know it, you could be like spiraling into this feeling of being really, really uncomfortable. And that is not what people like. It's not what people feel comfortable doing. And so I actually kind of like the fact that they recommend that, or they say that you could feel really uncomfy with it. Because like you could feel really, really uncomfy with it. It could be really, really bad. Oh my goodness. Bye. Thank you so much for joining, Christina. I rarely get to see when people leave because I'm like switching between the chats. I'm sorry for people if they've said that they're going and I haven't spotted it at all. Also, I'm sorry if any donations or like super chats have gone through and I've completely missed them. This happens so often. I sometimes don't get like the bing coming up on my screen. So if I've missed any, I'm really, really sorry. I appreciate everyone watching and commenting and liking. And actually, I will put this on the screen because I know that this video is probably going to get disliked to hell and back because of the title. So if you do enjoy the streams, let me know by giving them a like. It massively means a lot to me. But yeah, whatever people do, whether they just sit and watch, whether they chat, whether they just lurk, I don't mind. I'm a lurker in live streams too. And it means a lot to me that people are here and that they're watching. And yeah, I just like getting to do these. So yeah, I like the fact that they put the kind of warning in that it can make people feel uncomfortable, because especially with things that are a little bit less normal, they're a little bit less mundane, you might not be expecting the results that you get. And I think that if I hadn't have had spirit encounters most of my life, if I were to suddenly see a full body apparition, I would lose my mind. I would think that I needed like serious help. I'd think that I'd had like a psychotic episode. It's like this real like panic of like, I didn't think this was entirely real and now I'm here and now I have to feel like I have to rationalize what I'm seeing because I didn't entirely believe it and I still don't believe it, and it can, yeah. So I like the fact that they've added that in. Okay. Where am I? Will you be out searching for boggarts this Halloween? No, I don't think so. I think I've had enough of boggarts for a considerable amount of time. That being said, I am actually planning on doing a video on them, I think. I think that would be kind of interesting. It has been requested, so I might end up doing that. But yeah, no boggart searching for me. I actually don't think I'm ever going to have an experience like that again, simply because I've never seen so many in one place. Ever. Like, you will see them like as individuals. I have never seen that many. And I think that's the kind of thing that I don't know if I don't think I'm ever going to be that lucky or unlucky to ever see one of those again. What's a boggart? So a boggart is a type of spirit. They're often categorized as fairies, and sometimes they are described as being brownies that have become malicious. They become boggarts, and they are not particularly friendly spirits. And I won't recount the entire story because it is it's I've said it so many times, but I say a few Halloweens ago, like 8 Halloweens ago, I went out for a walk at like near 10 p.m. ish, getting on for midnight, and saw a lot of them. Like, so many I actually can't count how many, and it was a very, very unpleasant experience. And it wasn't just me that saw them, other people saw them as well, and I am not planning on doing that again anytime soon. That was not fun. Like, and the thing is, usually when I encounter like fair folk, it isn't really a problem. Like, they're fine. It's just that particular night, I just managed to catch like an entire, What would we call a group of boggarts? Would we call them like a band of boggarts? We actually had a name, didn't we? One of the last live streams for them, and I've completely forgotten what it was. I encountered like half of the bloody species, I think. I've never seen so many fair folk in one place in my entire life. And of course it was boggarts that I saw, wasn't it? A boggle of boggarts, a gaggle of boggarts. I love this. Need to come up with a collective name. A boogie of boggarts. Oh, I like that one. I mean, I wasn't willing to have a boogie while they were there, but yeah, I'm still baffled by that. I think every group of spirits we really need to find. We need to be finding a collective name for them. Actually, boggarts are in Harry Potter, but they are not correctly described in Harry Potter. Which has always confused the hell out of people, because when I say boggarts, they're like, what, the shape-shifting thing from Harry Potter? And I'm like, no. No, the much, much older spirit, the boggart. Please mention pale crawlers in your boggart video. I think there's a connection. I probably will, yeah. I've noticed that it's one of those things where it's like same spirit, different name, depending on where you are. Right. Do you believe in vampires? This is one of those where I kind of had to include it because it's like spooky. It's Halloween. A murder of boggarts. Honestly, felt like that might have been what was going to happen. I was at least going to be like spooked to death. Do I believe in vampires? The energy-based kind, yes. Mostly because I've experienced them and they are not particularly nice to deal with. Though to be fair to them, most of them don't really realise that they're doing it. A lot of them don't even like... they don't seem to realise that they're doing what they're doing, I think is the problem. And that's part of the reasons why maybe it's like... It's kind of a curse in a way, because... They tend to lose friends a lot of the time. They don't have a lot of people in their life because they're like draining the life out of everyone, and they don't even realize that they're doing it because they're just emotional leeches, basically. So that's the kind of vampire that I firmly believe in, though I do love a good vampire story. Highgate Vampire, I tried to do it for a podcast episode. It is one of the most complicated stories I've ever seen. It basically just becomes two people fighting all the time, but that original story is one of my favorites. Right. Oh, yeah, that's... wow, what was that? What... Am I okay? I just completely got stuck on that entire sentence. I was gonna say, whoa, what was that noise I just made? And instead I just got entirely stuck. Yeah, okay. This question is, where was it? Wait, what? Do you grow lavender? I do. If so, do they do well in England? Very. We have an entire branch of lavenders that are just called English lavender. And there's all kinds of it from different places across the UK. I ask because my potted lavender plant is really fussy, even though I'm following all of the water, soil, sunlight directions. Now, I will be honest, I am the worst place to come to when it comes to plant life, because I very much have a strongest of the fittest approach. If my plants cannot deal with being slightly neglected, they will be left to die. I'm trying to be better with it, but also I'm also primarily working with plants that are quite decent at staying alive themselves. And my lavender has been in a pot for like 7 months now, and I've barely watered it and it's still alive. And I don't know if that's just the type. So I can't remember off the top of my head what type of lavender I have. It's in the first of the gardening vlog videos that are on my channel. You can see the name of it. It's fairy something, I believe, is the type of lavender. I've never had a problem with lavender, but that could just be where I am. Mine is in a pot that's like that far round, maybe. It's quite a sizable pot. But the lavender itself is growing absolutely massive and it's doing fine. So unfortunately, I don't know what to suggest for that one. Mine is in part shade, part sun. It rains a lot here, so that probably helps, but I don't really water it very much. And it's just in generic potting soil. That's it. So maybe I've just had lots and lots of good luck with my lavender. Maybe my lavender just really likes me. I'm not sure. But yeah, hopefully you can figure out what the problem is. Gardener's World. Actually, you know what? Okay, this makes me sound really sad. I bloody love Gardener's World. Friday night, stick on a good bit of Gardener's World. I am a grandma in a youngish body. I'll be honest. I got in yesterday. I took my shoes off and I hurt my knee. How? I didn't do anything. I took my boot off. I put my foot on the floor and I hurt my knee. I'm falling apart at the seams. So I think the grandma in me is like slowly starting to leach out because I bloody love Gardener's World. I used to be like 7 and on a Friday night sitting down to watch Gardener's World at 8 o'clock before bed. Watch a bit of Gardener's World. Am I sad? Yes. It's probably part of the reason I am the way I am, honestly, is that I used to watch like Gardener's World and what was that one with Alan Titchmarsh, and they used to redo people's gardens. There were 3 of them. If you're not in England, you're not going to know what I'm talking about. What was that one called? It was Alan Titchmarsh, it was the lady with red hair, and it was the big guy. That doesn't mean anything to so... I'm going to look this up. I really want to... Ground Force. Okay, this is... Ground Force used to be my favourite TV show. I was like 5 and it was my favourite TV show. That is seriously sad. I was a very, very strange child. Oh, right. Where am I? I am... I'm lost. Oh no, I'm lost. Okay, I'm going to go for this one because this is the closest one that I can find that I haven't already done. When you do a dumb supper, if you put out food as offerings, should you dispose of them at the end or eat them? So, this is one of those where it's going to depend on culture, because there are some locations and traditions, obviously, and the traditions that are a part of the location and further afield. I hope you know what I'm saying. There are some regions where the local traditions include eating of the food afterwards, and there are others that involve not, and it's seen as disrespectful to eat the food. Personally, as with everything on my channel, I wouldn't eat the food because I consider it an energetic offering to the ancestors. And in order to then, if I were to then take that food, it's not really an offering because I've not actually given anything up because I'm having it anyway. So a dumb supper, for anyone who is kind of new, is where you would leave a place setting and usually a portion of food at the dinner table for ancestors who have passed over. So if you're having like a family feast, you would leave a place setting and a chair and everything else, probably a drink of some kind as well, to those who have gone before. And for me, I personally wouldn't... I absolutely love that. Fear not, vampires believe in you. I love that. Thank you so much. Very happy Mondays. Thank you. That's actually really good. I need to use that. So I personally wouldn't consume that offering afterwards, because if I'm giving it as a gift to the if I'm giving it an offering to the ancestors, that should then be a gift. And to me, it is the equivalent of giving someone a Christmas present, for instance, but the Christmas present isn't really for them. You'll like let them open the Christmas present and then you'll go, actually, I'm going to have that. And so for me, I would personally compost the offering after it has been received and allow it to go back to the earth rather than me consuming it personally, because that's the vibe I get from it. It's like giving someone a Christmas present, but the Christmas present's actually something you bought for yourself. And like, it's just like a courtesy gift. Like, you can open it, but it's not actually for you. But that doesn't apply to everyone everywhere. So I think it's important to look into your tradition and see what you feel comfortable with. But that one's just mine. You're a strange adult and we love you for it. I am a strange adult. I tend to keep it under wraps the majority of the time though. Unless it's like midnight nearly, and in which case I'm practically bouncing off the walls. Okay. What's your favorite goofy entity? I've not really had many experiences with goofy spirits. Most of them have been neutral or tremendously unpleasant. There is like very, very little in between here. The ones that I think are the most sweet and adorable and like most goofy of all of them are the little, what I call soot sprites, because they look exactly like the soot sprites from any Studio Ghibli movie, except they don't have arms and legs or eyes. Just imagine the little furry black bodies and nothing else. Those just everywhere. I used to see them all of the time when I was a child. Like all of the time, primarily in mirrors. So like my wardrobe when I was, to be fair, this is probably like when I was a teenager. I had like sliding glass doors on a wardrobe, like mirror doors. And I always remember sitting on my bed and looking in the mirror. And in the mirror, I could see all of these like black soot sprites just everywhere on the floor, just crawling over everything. And when you put your foot on the floor, they'd crawl like over your feet and you could feel them crawling over your feet, but you couldn't see them like in the physical, but you could see them in the mirror. They were always some of my favorites. Or the Tribbles from Star Trek. They're really cute. Except these were like considerably smaller. Yeah, they were really, really sweet. Like, so cute. I don't see them so much anymore. Like, I'll see them occasionally, but not very often. I think it was more of a child thing, perhaps. Oh my goodness, happy anniversary! That's amazing. Thank you for joining me tonight. I was not expecting anyone tonight. Thank you so much, Joe. I hope you have an amazing time. Like, I hope it is so special. And thank you so much, Shadowlands Radio. Thank you so much. Yeah, if I have it up when they come up, I will see it and I will get the notification. But if I'm on the other chat when it happens, I don't. Because the other chat is so far behind this one. Like, what am I actually doing on my other chat camera? I think on my other chat camera, I think I'm in like the first 10 minutes of the live stream. It's like so far behind. When it comes to foodstuffs that have been used as a dumb supper dinner, when it comes to foodstuffs that have been used as a dumb dinner or just for offerings to spirits and gods, I personally think it's best to collect it up and take it into nature for animals to eat. Yeah, definitely an option, as long as, I think the only caveat here is probably as long as what you're offering is not gonna like upset any stomachs or anything, because I know that like milk is a big one, anything with pumpkin in it is a big one. Like, it depends on where you live though, because like if you don't have hedgehogs, then it's not so much of a problem, but like hedgehogs and pumpkins do not go well together. It gives them a runny tummy and they don't like it. So yeah, it's just a case of being careful of what we're doing with it, and that's why typically I tend to like compost it, because I don't really want the fox cubs to be like camping out in my garden forever. I'd rather not tempt them too much, I don't think. Right. Let's have a look, see, where am I? I am... Oh, this is kind of cool. What's your thoughts or opinions on decks of specific deities? I saw some of the Morrigan and think it's awesome that they have decks out there to connect with certain deities and spirits. Yeah, really, really good. I mean, I like using the cards in some of the decks. What was I trying to say? The cards in some of the decks as altar pieces. Like, there's one deck, I forget which one it is. It's, oh my goodness, it's one of the ones that's out of print now, so it's not even really going to make a difference. There's one Brigid card in one of the decks that I've got that's that kind of like trippy, the trippy decks where they're like, you can see that there's an image there, but you kind of can't see that there's an image there. The Brigid one in that deck is beautiful, and I will use that a lot. I have a few other decks that have like Brigid cards in that I will use frequently. I think it just depends on whether or not the card or cards really resonate with your image of a particular goddess or deity, because for me, I find that Ceridwen is often depicted differently in cards and in like statues than in how she presents to me. And I always find that that really throws me off, because Ceridwen to me appears as a 55 to 65 year old woman, probably, that kind of time frame. And it's obvious that she's had dark hair, but she's graying a lot, like it's like salt and pepper all the way. And she's maybe a little bit shorter than deities are often, like goddesses are often depicted as. And that's how she's always manifested to me. Like when she's come forward, that is always how she comes through to me. And yet every card that I see of her, it's usually always a young woman. In all of the cards that I have of Ceridwen, it's usually at least a young woman to like early 40s. And so it always throws me off, and I end up never using Ceridwen cards because she has a very, very particular, and it's always been the same from the moment that I first started working with her. She's always had the same look, and it's always been that. I actually have, question out loud, words. Have you ever used a staff in your practice? Yes, so I have. Oh my goodness, I did not see this earlier. That's what you were meaning. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. My brain is mush tonight. So I do have a staff. So I need it to be in here really, because then you'd be able to see it. I got one from an event that I was doing. There was a lovely gentleman who was sitting across from me, and he was selling like wands and staffs that he'd made himself, and no one was paying attention to him whatsoever. And I was like, why? Like, his stuff is absolutely beautiful. And then I realised that probably the event was less of a witchcraft show and less of a pagan show and more of a astrology tarot show, which was probably why. And at the end of the show, as we were packing up, because he was sitting right across from me, I'd spent the last 2 days staring at all of these staffs, and I saw this beautiful staff, and it had a green fluorite set into the top of it. And it's this lovely, lovely older gentleman, and he just does it in his pastime. He just loves making them, and when he gets too many of them, he'll book an event and he'll try to sell them. And if he sells them, great, and if he doesn't, then he doesn't. And I ended up getting, it's massive. It's like almost as tall as I am, I think. And it's just beautiful. It's raw wood it's not been like stained or anything. The bark has been stripped. And I probably will stain it, honestly. I think I could do with staining it just to make it a little bit, like with one of those stain that's also like a protector. And I also need to get I forget what they're called. They're the metal discs with the pin in them that you knock into the bottom of staffs so that when you're walking with it, you're not rotting the wood away at the bottom in wet ground. Instead, the metal is on the ground. So I think I need to do that with it so that I can actually use it properly. Right, let us have a look-see. Oh my goodness, it just jumped massively and I have no idea where I am. Oh goodness. Oh, actually, I don't think I'm that far off the bottom, which is probably good because I am getting really tired because it's like midnight. Where am I? I've done that one. I've done this one. Me and my father are sensitive to spirits, and my father told me that his mother, who passed away, has been giving him a hard time in dreams recently. Is there anything that I could do to help him? I think it's less what you can do to help and more what he can do to help himself. Because oftentimes when spirits have passed over loved ones come through to us, especially if it's this kind of like almost like harassing kind of energy, it's usually because we're not listening. It's usually because we are ignoring something that we need to not be ignoring. And so it might be worth documenting his dreams so then he can look back and see if there's messages that are coming through that are being ignored. Because if you're getting the same message all of the time, something important that needs to be said or done, then that is going to continue to happen, and it's going to get more and more frustrating and harassing in nature as time goes on, because it's frustrating when you're trying to be as clear as possible and the person that you're talking to is just not picking up on the message. So that is probably something that should be tried first to kind of see what's going on there. I mean, I've even heard of some people where, I forget who it was that told me this story, of someone's partner, like it was an older couple, someone's wife or husband passed away. My memory is shocking, but whichever one it was, this was like a secondhand account anyway, had passed away, and they were getting repeated dreams, and it was just their partner telling them where to find all of the social security information. And then as soon as they went and found the social security information, the person just disappeared and they never encountered them again. Like the spirit was just gone. But they were just so adamant. They were like, I just need you to have this information. You need this information to process what you need, and then I'm gonna go. And that's exactly what happened. And the information was exactly where they said it was gonna be. And I think that's just really, really cool. I'm almost done making my own. I've tagged you on Instagram, I think. Oh, I'll have to go in and check. I'm finding Instagram tags at the minute to be really, really messy. So I'm just gonna have to see if it's there. Instagram at the minute is it's struggling. It's struggling. Like all of my chats, like all of my message requests have just been stuffed into this like back folder that's like, it just doesn't want to load. So I can see I've got messages off people, but I can't open any of them. And I don't know what to do about it. So yeah, it's one of those, Instagram's just being really weird right now. Oh my goodness, happy birthday, Mary. I hope you have an amazing day. Thank you for joining me on your birthday. I hope you've had a really good day so far. Okay, let's have a look. I see many people selling their souls at... I have no idea what this is. What are your thoughts on it? If you can give any additional information on what that is, that would be great. Let's have a look. What is this? I have no idea what this is. ALLHO. Yeah, I have no idea what this is. I've never heard of this. And I still can't find anything about it. Okay, Google was not my friend this time. The one thing I will say about stories of like selling souls and stuff is, what do they want with it? It's one of those open-ended questions where I feel like it's one of those things that you really need to like think about and almost like rationalize it. All of the stories of selling souls come from traditions outside of witchcraft usually. Because what does a spirit want with your soul? What's it going to do with it? It's still attached to you. So what's it going to do with it? What does it even want with it? I don't think I've ever encountered a single spirit in my entire life that had any interest in a soul. And yet you often find, especially in Abrahamic faiths, it's a lot of, they sell a soul to the devil. Oh, the devil doesn't want it. Sorry, devil doesn't even come from us. The devil's all you, mate. The devil is all you. It might be inspired by earlier things, but that's on you. And like, you have to sign your name away. You're selling your soul to the devil. Since when? Since when? I don't think I've ever heard of anyone actually legitimately selling their soul. And sure, I'm sure that there are people out there who hear things, or maybe they've experienced things themselves. I have never heard of anyone in the community actually legitimately selling their soul like it is described in Abrahamic faiths. Like they might be dedicated to an entity, or you might say that you are going to work with a deity in this life and any other, that kind of a situation. But the whole like selling of a soul, as soon as you sign this contract I will rip your soul out of your body, the kind of like all of these famous celebrities that died young actually sold their soul to the devil. And it's like, or just thought process, maybe having that much fame really, really young can really mess people up and put them in dangerous situations that they wouldn't otherwise be in, and that's why they die young, For sure, let's work on the principle that they sold their soul to the devil. That definitely seems like the rational response. And that's coming from a witch. If I am trying to tell you that is irrational, it has to be irrational. In this economy, perhaps folks should try renting. Exactly. It's like, you tend to only find, it's that leftover like satanic panic thing, is that I've never known of anyone in the community, like, and this is like people of all different generations. Like I'm very fortunate in that, because I can talk to so many people in the community at shows and events and all of this stuff, that you get kind of a lot of perspectives on things. Not a single time in all of the years that I've been doing these events have I ever heard anyone talk about something like this. The only people I've ever heard talk about it are people outside of the tradition, which I find interesting, because you often find that it's, they're flying to the Sabbath on broomsticks. Imps are suckling from hidden teats. I'm like, where have you seen this? Oh, it was in a dream. So it's not real then, is it, Gary? It's not real then. You didn't actually see it. You're just making it up to make yourself feel better. Like, come on. Like, a lot of the misconceptions of it are literally just random people a couple of 100 years ago going, we need to find a way of getting rid of these people. Imps. It was the imps. That's what it was. Exactly, I wish I could fly on a broomstick too. That would be so much easier. I say easier, but I can imagine it being really uncomfortable. Just imagine the splinters. Ooh, I'm not sure I'm entirely willing to get that many splinters. If they came with seats, I'd be okay with it. So you could side saddle a broomstick, like you can a horse. I don't know. It'd be a lot easier though. Yeah, that's the thing. Famous celebrities are also preyed on by the companies they work for. There's a lot of this, like, Kurt Cobain, Amy Winehouse, they sold their soul to the devil. I mean, the most famous one is was he jazz or was he blues? This is like from like the 1920s, how all of a sudden he became like the most prevalent like musician of the time, and then all of a sudden he just dropped dead, and they think it's because he sold his soul to the devil so he could have like 7 years of fame, and then he just died. And it's like, I mean, I don't think that's the most rational explanation, is it? Like, I think there are lots more explanations. Occam's razor and all that seems a little bit more likely than all of this, like, the devil did it. Did he? Did he? Or are we part of a society that puts celebrities under so much pressure that they feel the need to drown their sorrows in things that might kill them? Just a thought. But no, the devil definitely did it. Also, here's my question. I know we're going like all like deep in the religious stuff here, but like, surely if the devil is meant to be punishing bad people, he's actually the good guy. I feel like someone didn't think this through. I know that stories and stuff have changed over time, but like, if his one job is to punish bad people, why is he then the bad guy? I'm just going to say that God literally attempted to trick someone into murdering their own child and then went, haha, I knew you were going to do it. You don't actually have to, though. I'm like, that doesn't seem that seems kind of mean to me. Like, I don't know. If I were to pick one of them to be a bad guy based off the stories that are actually in the Bible, I would not think it was the devil. Because when you've read it, you're like... And this is no shade to anyone either if you choose to follow it or anything. Like, no, I'm fully down for, like, religious freedom to do whatever, right? But when you've read sections of it, you take a step back and you go, you know what, this guy doesn't actually seem all that nice. Like, there was that one thing that someone said that really resonated with me, and this isn't designed to be like a particularly religious thing. It's a topic I find very interesting, and it's something along the lines of God is either all powerful or all good. He cannot be both. Because if God is all powerful and he is choosing to allow bad things to happen, then he is not all good. And if he is all good, then he cannot be all powerful, because if he is truly good and he is allowing bad things to happen to good people, then he cannot be all powerful. Does that make sense? Because that's kind of the concept I've always had in my mind, because it's never made sense to me. And that's not me saying that, like, the religion doesn't make sense or that people shouldn't believe in it or anything like that. Like, I've always just been really curious about it, just from, like, a curiosity stance, not a, like, your way's bad or anything. It's one of those topics where I've always just been really confused by the principle of it, because when you read it, you're left with this feeling of, like, well, why didn't you do something? Like, why didn't you do something? Or why did you do that? That sounds like a kind of thing that, like, someone who isn't that nice would do. Like, if you have to prove your loyalty by murdering your child, then you're kind of a dick for asking someone to do that. But then it was written a long time ago and things were very different, and we have to adapt it to modern day instead of, taking it literally and all that. Yeah. Because I've never been a part of the tradition, I find it very interesting to look at traditions and religions and kind of pick them apart is the wrong word, but, like, look at them in a very questioning way. I find it very, very interesting. Right, here we go. Do the Fae have an afterlife? So, no, is the general belief. So, the Fae are considered... Well, okay, if we're going to talk about the... Okay, I've got to get my thoughts in an order, in a concise order. So, we know that the Fae live for a really long time, because there are stories of, like, entire families experiencing the same Fae, like, by name, through time. So, therefore, Fae must live for a really long time. And time moves differently in Elfhame or in the other world than it does here, because we have stories of people who go to Elfhame through a barrow, for instance, or through a cave, and they are there for what they believe is just a few hours, and when they leave, decades have passed. So we know that time moves differently in the other world than it does here. So is it that they live for a really long time, or is it that time simply moves differently? We don't know. But there are several accounts of fairy funerals, so we know that they must be able to die. But there are kind of a few factors at play here, because some belief systems believe that the Fae are already the spirits of the dead, and in which case, how can spirits of the dead then die again? Or is it just that spirits of the dead reside within the Fae in the other world, and so you will see spirits of the dead trooping among the trooping Fae? And then you've got the idea that they're actually minimized gods, in which case, can gods die? Unknown. But the general consensus from everything that I've read is that they don't have an afterlife. And that plays a part in how they behave and how they perceive us as well. Now, I'm not going to be like, oh, the Fae are jealous of us or anything like that, because I don't think that's true. A bit like how I can appreciate a dolphin without being jealous of a dolphin. You know what I mean? Like, they can exist with us without having to want to be us. Humans have this weird thing of like, oh, everything wants to be us. And it's like, do they? Honestly, sometimes I think animals might have a better time of it. But there is something to be said that there's common threads in stories where they are curious about death and the afterlife in a way that you probably wouldn't be if you knew that you were going to experience it. I don't know. So the general consensus is no, they don't have an afterlife. But that's partially because in some belief systems, they are the afterlife. Yeah, it's one of those where it gets kind of complicated. Is the Black Shuck the same thing as a church grim? Probably, yeah. So they're also known as Grims, hence in Harry Potter it was referred to as the Grim. So yeah, it's probably the same thing. Black Shuck is just a regional name. You have like Barghest, you have Black Shucks, you've got Black Hounds, all kind of different names everywhere. How does one find their true name? Through a shit ton of past life regression and meditation. And most people will never find it. And that's not me saying like, oh, most people aren't good enough to find it. Like, it takes a lot. Like, it's meant to be hard to find for a reason. And so the majority of people won't find it because they won't be able to, or they won't have the time to go far enough back in order to get it. I only know one person who's found their true name. And even that was like not an easy task. So it essentially involves going far enough back in past lives that you are able to recall the name of the energy that makes up the original being. Which is a long way back for some people. So yeah, difficult. Very difficult. Right. What do you do with your spell materials afterwards? A lot of spells say dispose in a lake or stream. Yeah, I hate it when they do that. It's not safe to do that where I live. Some spells don't say anything at all. Generally speaking, I would cleanse everything and then I would dispose of it in a bin. Now, in an ideal world, it would be great if we could do all of these things, but the reality is that if you're using tea lights, they're made of paraffin wax. That's plastic. You don't want to dispose of that in the earth, which is why in my workings, you'll often find me using beeswax because it will break down in a way that paraffin simply won't. If we're using anything with plastic or glass or anything sharp, it can injure animals. Like, generally speaking, I try to just put things in the bin. If it is something baneful, then I will dispose of it away from the home. If it is something non-baneful, then I will dispose of it in the home, but I make sure to cleanse it first before I put it in the bin. Any items that I can reuse, I will. So crystals, any cards that I've used, anything like that, I will cleanse and reuse. I will only dispose of things I absolutely can't do anything else with. The only exception to this are spell bottles. While you can open the top, tip them out, wash them, cleanse them, I find that my spell bottles, once they are done with, I tend to break them and then dispose of them. That's the only exception for me. I'm realising that there's actually quite a few questions in the main chat that I am just completely missing. Have you seen Agatha all along? I haven't, though I have been asked multiple times now by so many people to do a what they got right about it. So maybe that's what I'm gonna have to do. But I don't have Disney Plus right now, so I'm gonna have to wait until I get that again. Because I'm working through Legacies right now, so that's my main... Oh, Legacies and the Mayfair Witches is what I'm currently working through. Right, where was I? You got a list of non-Wiccan YouTubers? I do not, unless you want a whole bunch of camping YouTubers. I don't really watch anyone else in the community. That's not because I don't think that they're good, it's just because it's my job. And I then don't want to relax by learning more about my job. It just becomes a little bit too much. Everything that I watch is typically Sims content. I watch a lot of speed builds and The Sims. Cooking channels, a lot of cooking channels, and camping and like van life content. That is the majority of my YouTube, honestly, besides like a few like beauty channels from like 2016. That's like everything that I watch. Right. Oh, now this might be the most significant question of the entire night, and some of you are not going to like me for it. Batman versus Superman. It's a no-brainer for me. Sorry. Superman, all the way, 100%. He's always been my favourite superhero since I was about yay high, which you actually can't see. I'm put my hand is like below the level of the desk. I've always loved Superman. I love Henry Cavill as Superman, but that's because I love Superman. It also helps that it's Henry Cavill, but I love Superman regardless. My favourite Superman, however, well, what used to be my favourite Superman, I need to really rewatch it again, because it's been a long time since I watched it. My favourite Superman was Lois and Clark, The New Adventures of Superman. When did this come out? It ran from 1993 to 1997. That is my favourite Superman. And yeah, I don't like Batman. I am like one of those people where I don't like Batman. And I think he's a bit of a dick. And I know he's been through loads of shit and all of that stuff. And no. Yes, Superman is super and Batman is a posh bloke in a fancy costume. That's what I've always said. I've said if you take away the billions, he is literally just a slowly aging man in a tight latex suit. I don't get it. Like he doesn't even really do anything himself because he has a butler. So like yeah, Henry Cavill is also my fan cast in everything. He is Riz and Cassian and Azrael and literally every other character from every book ever, except when you're talking about the books that are like The Love Hypothesis, in which case it has to be Adam. What is his name? Adam. He's Kylo Ren. What's his Adam? Why is my brain not working? Adam. I want to say Sandler, but I don't think that's right. I'm going to have to look this up. Driver! Why did I go Sandler? Driver. Yes, unless you're talking about something like that where it was a fan fiction that was then turned into a book, because I'm still going to see Adam Driver because the character is literally just Kylo Ren. So yeah, or whatever his name is. I'll be honest, I'm not a big Star Wars fan. I've watched them all, but I don't remember half of them. But yeah, Superman is always going to be top tier for me. My two main superheroes when I was a kid were always Superman and Aquaman. And I'm not talking Jason Momoa Aquaman, I'm talking about original Aquaman. They were always my favourite. Like always. And so now I primarily watch like Marvel, but I'll be honest that I will always be diehard DC. Like I love the Justice League. I didn't hate that. Like people absolutely hated it, and I'm over here like I just want more DC content. Like please. Also, I will forever be angry. Why the hell did you get rid of Henry Cavill? Right, riddle me this. So they got rid of Henry Cavill as Superman because they wanted it to be a prequel, and Henry Cavill is now too old to play the prequel version of himself. Yeah, well, in the original, Henry Cavill was 27. They've now cast an actor that's older than Henry Cavill was in the original to play a younger version of Henry Cavill. How the fuck does that work? Make that make sense. I'm so angry about this. I'm just so angry about this. Like, what? Why? It's fine. I'm definitely not bitter about this or anything. I'm totally fine with this. Obviously. Alfred over Batman. Yeah, Alfred probably does half the blooming work. The super math is not mathing. That's my thing. That's exactly what I said. I was like, if you're going to give the reason as you want someone to be playing a younger version of Superman, then cast someone who is younger than 27. Because that's how old he was. So if you want someone to play a younger version, then pick someone younger. All is fine, peace in the world. I'm definitely not bitter that I can't watch The Witcher anymore because I refuse to watch Liam Hemsworth play him. I'm not watching Liam Hemsworth as Geralt. It's not going to happen. And then they got rid of him as Superman. So mad about that. Gosh darn. Tosses a shard of kryptonite at Superman, then eats a little popcorn. Exactly. But like, use CGI to make Henry younger. Exactly. The thing is though, Henry doesn't even look his age anyway. So like, yeah, this is one of those topics that like riles me up. A bit like the cancellation of Constantine. It's one of those topics that will forever bother me. It's like, you knew what the fans wanted. The fans wanted Henry Cavill as Superman. And like, I don't even care that people are like fangirling over Henry Cavill right now. Man of Steel is literally my favourite movie. Like, I have watched that film so many times. I think I watched it like 3 times in one day when it came out because I loved it so much. And now I'm not going to be able to enjoy the second one and I'm mad about it. And everything's been cancelled now. Like, everything has been cancelled. Like, we don't have any of the DC universe basically anymore. It's just gone. And no, Keanu Reeves is the worst Constantine by far. The worst by far. He doesn't look like Constantine, he doesn't speak like Constantine, and he doesn't act like Constantine, and I will die on that hill. The Constantine cancellation absolutely killed me. Don't get me wrong, I love Keanu Reeves, right? But Constantine is meant to be a cursy English guy who smokes a lot of cigarettes and has blonde hair. He is not meant to be an American with an American accent with dark hair who looks like Keanu Reeves. It doesn't work. It's not right. Like, no. Like, the best Constantine, let's just get his name up, was Matt Ryan. Yeah, Matt Ryan as Constantine is by far the superior Constantine. Like, his portrayal was so perfect in the TV show. I will always be mad. I will always be mad that they cancelled it because it was too much like Supernatural. It was better than Supernatural. The accuracy, I'm not even joking, right? I know this is like a proper tangent, right? Proper tangent. Constantine, the TV show, if you want an accurate representation of spirits, watch Constantine. The knockers in that show are so accurate. They're so true to like mythology and folklore that I was so engrossed, and then they cancelled it before the end of the first season. So if you're going to watch it, be prepared to be mad because they cancelled it before the end of the first season. I'm fine. I definitely don't get attached to TV shows or anything. Like, I definitely don't get overly invested or anything. Did anyone else watch The Tudors? I've never seen The Tudors. However, I did recently watch Stardust and didn't realise that Henry Cavill was in Stardust. It was his first ever role was in Stardust, and I did not notice. And I'm amazed, because I've seen that movie a lot of times. Matt was perfect as Constantine, so much better than Supernatural. I'm with you. Yeah, it is. It's so much better. I tried so hard to get into Supernatural, right? I watched like the first 2-3 seasons and got so bored. I was so bored. I was like falling asleep. I'm like, every episode is the same. Every episode is the same. I'm so bored. And then I just stopped watching it and I haven't clicked on it since. Constantine, I could watch those like 10 episodes of Constantine every single day and I would be happy. It is so good. The new Sabrina is good. I've actually done a few episodes on the What They Got Right series on Sabrina, and it's so packed with information that I have done. It's basically a 1-to-1 on the episodes because there is so much. So the winter solstice episode, I had to do an entire episode on just that episode because there was so much information in that show. And then I did another episode that was just on like the first couple of episodes of season 1. And there is so much more that I can do. I mean, if anyone wants more Sabrina episodes, let me know because I will happily do more. But it's got to be, and maybe I'll eat my words when I watch the new Discovery of Witches. But it is probably the most accurate TV or movie representation of witchcraft I have ever seen is in The Chilling Adventures of Sabrina. And that's not to say that like what's on the screen is accurate, but the source material that they reference is incredible. Like they have, like it'll be like the most minuscule detail. You'll like look in the background and you'll be like, wait, no way, they didn't actually, and it's like this little tiny like herb in the background, or like they'll say something just in passing. So like the aunts will just like be talking about this like potion that they're making, and they'll just list things off like this, and I'm like, that's all accurate. Like whoever did the information for this show is absolutely incredible, and they should be working on every single show because the accuracy, like there was so much stuff I cut out of those episodes just because they were going to be too long, like down to like the smallest of thing, like the color of this or a reference to that plant, or like this spirit is mentioned in passing like in one sentence, and you're like, you would have had to have done like an hour of research to get that one name just to use in that one line. Like what? That's mad to me. But I am going to watch Discovery of Witches because I read the books. I've not read the new ones yet, like the twoest new ones I haven't, the ones that are not on Diana, the two that are on, I'm not going to spoil it for anyone, but I haven't watched it yet. So I'm going to finish Mayfair Witches, and then I have the Mayfair Witches, I have the Love Witch, and then I also have, what was the other one that I was going to do? Discovery of Witches. Yeah, I've got these to do, but it's taking me a really long time. Like, just for reference as to how long it's taking, I have been scripting the Love Witch since last August. I've been scripting the Love Witch video because this is how ridiculous I'm being with it. I really need to stop being a perfectionist. There are several summoning circles in that movie, and I am attempting to cross-reference the summoning circles to every summoning circle that I can come across. So like all of the Solomon summoning circles and everything like that. I'm trying to figure out where they got the summoning circles from, and it has taken me 6 months just to do the summoning circles. So I was hoping to get that out before Halloween. It's probably going to be up before Valentine's Day at this rate, honestly. I have so much that I still need to do. And with that being said, I do still have questions that I need to answer, so I probably should keep going on this just in... Oh, it jumped again. Oh, no. Okay. Let's go with this one. I love this topic, but people don't like me for this topic, and I've covered it a whole bunch of times, so I'm not going to go over it too much. What is your opinion on animal familiars and their participation in spellwork? I think people have massively confused the concept of familiars from medieval times, and they are absolutely adamant that their pet rabbit is now their familiar, when actually their pet rabbit does absolutely nothing for their magical practice. That is not, however, to invalidate the fact that animal companions can be an amazing part of witchcraft. They can be incredibly useful to help keep us grounded, to add extra energy into that space, to be a watchful eye for spirits and entities that might be around. They might be assisting in associations that are being worked with. They can be incredibly useful when it comes to witchcraft, and animal companions can be a wonderful thing to include in your magical practice. However, I am firmly in the camp that an animal companion cannot replace a familiar because they do not perform the same job. And the whole thing of like cats and rats and toads are all witches' familiars was the idea that spirits and these imps were able to shapeshift into animals, and that witches themselves were able to shapeshift into white hares and often white cats, and they themselves were able to shapeshift. And then I think people have kind of latched onto the idea that like familiars are animals, and they've gone, oh yeah, my pet cat who wants to sit on my altar is definitely my familiar. And it's not to dissuade anyone from doing this. It's just something I've never fully managed to wrap my head around as an individual. So not like as a collective practice, as an individual. I've never been able to align the two as being equal, because they're just different. It's not that like one is superior to the other. It's just that they perform very different jobs, and I don't think that we can directly compare them. It is this whole thing of like, it's like comparing apples and oranges. Like, they're both nice and they're both good and they're both useful for you, but they're just not the same thing. And so for me, I'm firmly in the spirit familiar camp over the animal familiar camp. But that is just kind of my practice and my style of it, because I prefer working with spirits. And that's firmly where I stand on it, of like, I like having a spirit that I can send off and then come back to me and give me information in a way that a cat is not going to be able to do. Now, there is crossover in the middle though, because there will come a point in time where the animal will pass over, and in which case they can go from being a magical animal companion to being a spirit familiar. So you can cross those boundaries, but when they are alive, I don't think that they fulfill the same niche, is basically what I'm saying. It's not that one is better, it's not that one is worse, it's just that they're different. I have a question. My money magic seems to have slowed down and isn't flowing as well. Someone suggested giving money in some way to continue receiving. Any thoughts? Potentially, yeah. I mean, it's also good to look at the things that could be blocking it. Is it that you have reached potential in a particular field or in a particular job, and so the money is starting to slow down that way? Is it because circumstances have changed? You know, there's lots of reasons why you might find that the money is slowing down. It could be that it was there to fulfill a need, and now the spirits feel that that need has been fulfilled, and it could be worth adjusting the wording of what you're working with. Yeah, I've also seen this as well, of an animal being possessed by a spirit to make a familiar. I have seen reference to this. I do get slightly concerned though, because some people are not great with the whole spirit thing, and they like force, like, personally, I wouldn't want someone to force a spirit into my body so that then I can be a familiar. If you want to work with a spirit familiar, work with a spirit familiar. Have a spirit vessel that you can use as a home. I wouldn't personally subject my family pet to being a vessel for a spirit that's going to be impacting that animal. Because a bit like how spirit attachments impact us, spirit attachments are also going to impact an animal. And I don't know how I feel about that. Actually, no, I do know how I feel about that, and I hate it. But I'm usually too nice to say that. I don't like that. But like, I think there's means and ways of doing it. Oh, bye Google. I hope you've had a good evening. So yeah, it's an interesting one that I think is very divisive in the community, because you have some people who will say that my cat is definitely my familiar. And then you ask why, and their answer is usually, oh, well, anytime I'm doing a working, it's because he wants to sit on my altar. I'm like, okay, but like, cats are very curious creatures, and if if you're doing something on that altar space, or there's new smells there, or, you know, there's potentially food offerings on there, they're going to be curious as to what is going on that altar space, and they're going to want to come and check it out, see what's happening, and then investigate that. Whereas to me, the distinction is a familiar to me is a spirit that I have entered into contract with to work alongside. They will gain information for me, work in the spiritual plane, traverse the spiritual plane, interact with other spirits on my behalf, and aid me in my spells and rituals spiritually and on the spiritual plane while I work physically. Unless your cat can do those things, to me it does not fulfill the same role as a familiar. And I think that's the main distinction, is that for some people, familiar means something different than it does to others. And I think it depends on your tradition within the practice. So for me, I primarily work with an adapted folk style of practice. So it's a lot of spirit work. It's a lot of get your hands dirty kind of adapted folk practices. It's not particularly ceremonial in nature, and it usually is very adaptive to my situation. Whereas I often find that so in my camp, we have people who primarily work with spirit familiars, and I found that a lot of the people who work a similar path to me also work with that style of familiar. Then you've got another style of magic, which is not better, is not worse, it is just different, which is more of the modern witchcraft style of practice that is primarily Wiccan based. It is a little bit more love and light rather than double-sided blade of, you know, the twofold path of a folk practitioner. It's a little bit more love and light, positive magic. And they do primarily focus on animals being familiars. And I don't think it's that one is right and one is wrong. I think it's just that we have two different perspectives on the same name, like the same term. And I think that makes a very big difference. It's a little bit like, I'm trying to think of another term that has changed meaning now. Witch bottle. I know we spoke about this last month. Which camp you're on is going to depend what a witch bottle means to you. So if you're in the folk magic camp, a witch bottle is full of urine and nails and not very nice things, and there's hair stuffed in there, and it's heated up, and then it's buried under the floor, and it's nasty, right? It smells, it's horrible, it's not great. If you're in the love and light Wiccan influence camp, once again, nothing, I'm not saying that in a derogatory way, it's just most of the books on the subject are heavily Wiccan influenced, even if they don't say so. Then you're more likely to be doing witch bottles that are made with herbs for protection and crystals for protection, and I'm going to drip candle wax over the top of it. And it's a very different style of witch bottle. Both are for protection, both are highly effective, but they are designed to be used in different ways. And so if I can immediately tell which style of practice someone works with, if when I ask them what a witch bottle is, they tell me it's full of urine, or if they tell me it's full of protective herbs and crystals. It's just two different, very distinctive styles of practice that I'm noticing. Especially now, we're definitely seeing more of this, like, it's more commonplace to see the division, whereas before it was the folk practitioners were like not really saying much, and everyone else was talking really, really loud. I feel like now it's starting to balance out a little bit. But yeah, once again, I feel like I have to reiterate it because every single time I mention it, people think that I'm like hating on Wicca. I'm not hating on Wicca. When I say Wiccan influence, I'm not saying it in like a derogatory way. I'm just saying it in like, if you buy a book on modern white witchcraft, it's usually got the Wiccan weed on the front page. Wiccan influenced, even if it doesn't say that it is, it usually is. Do you belong to a coven? I don't, no. I used to work with a group, but not anymore. Have you had any experience or working with will-o-wisps? I keep doing that and I keep clicking the wrong button. There we go. The part of the world I'm from has a weird amount of reports of them. So we have a lot of reports of them, but we don't see them so much anymore. I don't live in an area that has a lot of the marshland, which is typically where will-o-wisps are seen, though historically there are a lot of accounts of will-o-wisps really all over the country, like everywhere. But obviously now we're getting a lot of drainage of waterways. Waterways are being completely changed to make it easier, so the river is being altered, and we're not seeing as much of a there's not as many of them here as there used to be. The not anymore seems to have greater implications. Not really. We were all living in the same place. Now we're not living in the same place. Like, there is nothing as anything bad about it. It's just one of those things. Not saying they weren't real, but many stories of them have been attributed to glowing mushrooms. But the problem is that the majority of stories of will-o-wisps move. I want to see a mushroom stand up and walk. That's a tangent, but like, I want to see that. That would be cool. But typically here, the will-o-wisps are depicted as being tricksters. So they will pixie lead you into the marshland and essentially try to drown you. So they would like look like a lantern in the depiction. Yeah, it's what the spirits in Brave were based off, yeah, was the will-o-wisps. And they would look like a lantern bobbing in the distance, like someone is walking. And so you would ask if they're okay, ask if they know where they're going. Perhaps you're lost and you don't know what to do. And so you would call out to them and they would stop. And so you'd think, oh, they've heard me, I'm going to walk up to them. So you walk up to them a little bit and then they'd keep going and this lantern would keep bobbing. And you call out again and they'll stop and you walk up to them and then the lantern would keep bobbing. And then before you know it, you're in the middle of a marsh in the middle of the night. And marshes are incredibly dangerous. I'm not sure if the same applies everywhere, but here you do not go messing in bogs and marshes. It's like a death waiting to happen. And a lot of people are believed to have died after following these glowing lights because the wisps are trying to lure you to your death. Funsies. Always love a good horrible fairy spirit. Lovely. But then you have lots of stories of that. So like pixie led of just pixies leading you around is another common one. But I mean, some people believe that they are. So in peat bogs in particular, they believe that some of the stories might have come from the fires that come out of peat bogs. So they are like I believe it's methane, but it might be wrong, that comes up, can sometimes ignite, and it looks like a glowing blue ball on the surface of the bog that might move around and potentially look like a lantern. But if the flames are blue, then it doesn't really look like a lantern. I don't know. But there's loads of theories, but yeah, never seen any of them myself. But that's because I don't typically spend large amounts of time in bogs at night. I think I'd rather not. I've seen The Bogman. It's not a movie, it's like an actual person that they found in a bog, preserved like almost perfectly. It's really creepy. I don't want to end up like that. I'm going to stay clear of them. Right, let's have a look, see. How do you find your magical name? You just pick one. Basically, you just pick one. Nothing fancy about it. Sometimes spirits can give them to you, but more often than not, you would just pick a name. Do you have any recommendations on how to get candle wax out of a hoodie? Don't use heat. Don't touch it. Stick it in the freezer. Wait for a few hours. Pull it out of the freezer, and a lot of the wax should be able to just come off. Any remaining wax that's left. Now, don't quote me on this because I've never tried this bit personally, but I have heard it. You heat it up with like a hairdryer and then put kitchen towel on it to soak up the wax. And then you heat it with a hairdryer, put kitchen towel on it to soak up the wax. And repeat for any of the last remaining like little bits and pieces. But yeah, that's how I've always done it, is stick anything in the freezer if it's got candle wax on it, and it'll usually come straight off. Would you ever consider releasing your own book about witchcraft? I have been writing now for like 3 years. I'm a very slow writer. I'm a perfectionist. It's a problem. I'm getting there. Slowly but surely. Emphasis on the slowly. The very, very slowly. Right. What's the difference between a familiar and a demon, spelt the Greek way, I believe? So in ancient Greek belief, they are a divinity or supernatural being of nature between gods and spirits. There you go. That's the immediate difference. If we're talking about the Greek ones, then it would be that a familiar spirit can be any type of spirit. So you can find that a demon becomes a familiar. You can find that a human spirit becomes a familiar. You can find that an animal spirit becomes a familiar. A non-human spirit becomes a familiar. A fae, if they choose to, can become a familiar, because it is a spirit that you are entering into a contract with. Whereas by the sounds of it, as mentioned here, a demon is a divine messenger that represents a god. So I suppose you could have a demon be a familiar, but more often than not, they are going to be different. Oh boy, okay, it has been nearly 5.5 hours. I think I'm going to call it for tonight. I was kind of hoping that I'd be able to highlight a few more spooky topics, but what I might need to do is like future episodes on like Baneful, Magick, and like spooky ooky topics, if that's the kind of live stream that people want to see, is just we talk about one topic and like focus in and just have it be like a shorter live stream, maybe an hour, 2 hours, where we're just talking about one thing. I'm not sure if you'd be interested in those like every so often, like not all of the time, because like I still like doing like the general Q&As, but just like every so often pick a topic and let's like talk about one thing. That could be interesting. So yeah, thank you so much to everyone who has been here. At the moment, we don't ship to anywhere outside of the UK at the moment. Well, thank you so much. Very happy Mondays. Thank you so much. I hope you have an amazing Samhain. Please like the video. It would really mean a lot to me, and it helps YouTube to know that you like the content, and then it's more willing to share my content and show it with other people, because I've noticed even my own subscribers aren't actually getting like notifications and stuff, so it massively helps. And yeah, I hope you have an amazing Samhain. I will see you again with more Samhain videos before Samhain, but if I don't see you before then, if something disastrously goes wrong, I hope you have an amazing time. Thank you everyone who joined tonight. Like, it means so much to me, and we've been here for so long just talking. So yeah, I will see you next month as well. The streams are every single month, usually after the 15th, depending on when I have available. Last week I couldn't do it, so I'm doing it this week. And this stream will be available to watch after the fact. Okay, I've said enough now. I hope you have an amazing night, and I'll see you in another video. I hope this was useful. Okay, I'm gonna go now because I'm waffling. Right.